Jeff decks, chat. Not that that really limits us a lot, because, well, Jeff is in a lot of different decks, but I would like to ink our new baby boy shark as quickly as possible. I used all my boosters, and I got 3 splits, and I got this one to blue. We're playing Nebula off Asgard, so that way, my opponent has to kind of choose between making Nebula bigger and playing for Asgard. And honestly, this is probably snappable. Our hand's kind of absurd, huh, right? We have Zabu into rescue into trigger rescue on 4. Draw from Asgard. Yes, I see some people using the new sponsor command in chat. The standing desk sponsor now. Their products all had pretty solid looking reviews, and they sent me one as part of the package deal. I've got it set up and we're using it now. You want to see some pictures of the desk with my loadout on it? The Twitter link in chat there will do it. Yeah, Jeff and Nightcrawler are like low-key a combo with Rescue, right? 'Cause you can like play them into the Rescue path, but not be fully committed to that path. Which is nice. I think this might be a Jessica Jones, though. If they committed Bishop here, so they just want to put the most stats into play possible here. Did I play the feature location all this weekend? I did not. Actual none. Hit Monkey the Beast. Yeah, there's a couple of board games in the background of the pictures. So they did get a zeroed demon here, so that could go into Crimson Cosmos in theory. I think I might just go Claw into Doom here, just kind of spread out. Put stats everywhere, basically. Carnage, Venom, sure. Okay, so they have 0 energy, 6 power. They have 0 energy, 6 power Deadpool, and 0 energy, 6 power D-Man. Plus other cards to play. I think Doom ends up losing here most of the time, unfortunately. I think I overcommitted here. I probably should have just played Jeff instead of Jones, so I could bounce out of here, because I end up with 24 here. We're not going to get anywhere near that. I wanted to be more resource efficient, so I played the Jones, but it ended up getting us overcommitted here. Should be a sweet week for Snap-a-Lappin'. Tomorrow is the patch, and if that goes out as expected, they played for the left? Weird. I'm surprised. I guess they didn't expect us. Doctor was kind of perfect here because they spread out. I expect them to go hard, center, and right. I think they'll ever give us assignable boosters. I don't think they'll ever make it so you could guaranteed pick which boosters you get at the end of a match. But I would wager that, or I would hope that maybe someday they'll give us like a wild card booster that you could buy from the shop in some packages sometimes. Or like if the boosters off the collection track were wild card, I think that would be sweet. Yeah, I got the Jeff variant and this Iron Lad in my shop last night. So pretty sweet. Which Thanos deck is the best right now? I think the Daredevil variation of the Thanos archetype is the best one. I'm gonna stay on the Limbo reveal because Limbo actually makes their Darkhawk a little bit worse. Although I guess Carmartage maybe offsets that a little bit. The Lad is 700. Was a 700 gold variant. Are they bounce deck maybe? So we have Jessica Jones, Claw, Jeff, Nightcrawler, and even Nebula are fine hits. So 5 out of 8 here because we have 2 rocks and a Miles Morales that are bad. It's all about Kara. Thank you for the half a year. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Now we Storm. I think I want to juke the Limbo on the last turn. As far as Storm goes. So as how heavy is the desk? It was not light. I don't know what the exact weight is. I imagine that's on the... If you look on the link, I have the 78 by 38, but the box says team lift on it, and it's not lying to you. It is definitely a team lift. Have a friend over if you get one and plan to build it for the bigger one. I believe the 78 by 30 is the biggest one they offer. Hey, thanks for the third of a year, Alex. Appreciate that. They played around flooding. Smart. Underplex, thank you for the year and a half. Welcome back. This deck's probably bad. We'll lose a couple more cubes with it, and then we'll slide along to another one. I'm super excited everybody's getting Kitty Pryde for free with the patch tomorrow. I'm super excited Kitty Pryde, get everyone to get Kitty Pryde for free tomorrow so I can post top 10 Kitty Pryde decks tomorrow morning. Looking forward to that one. Usually new card videos don't go well, but with everybody getting one for free, there'll be people looking to build it. The wires in the back need a clip. Literally every wire. The number one thing I learned about posting that screenshot is that people actually can't fucking tell how my cords are from whatever screenshots I post. Like, literally all of the cords on my desk are twist tied or Velcro tied. And there's still people are commenting, man, those cords are a mess. Or maybe it's just that I have 3 fucking monitors, a ring light, a camera, a microphone, and then a bunch of other peripherals. There's just a lot of fucking cords. So even when they're tied up well, there's just a lot of shit there. To Ice! Thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Yes, if you have a card pinned, it'll stay pinned when it drops series, and it'll be the reduced cost. In fact, if you have a series 4 card pinned, it'll still reduce to 1,000 tokens, even though you don't have a 1,000 token shop anymore. Dip-a-dot, my doom bots. really love these Doom bots whipping up this Doom. Yeah, yeah. Yes, if Lad copies a card with the abilities, he will get buffed by a Patriot. I think Captain Marvel might actually be a bit better than Doctor Doom here. Just so I want to play to both of these with 6, I think. So, Kitty Pryde won't release tonight when Howard releases. She'll come back and everybody will get a copy when the patch goes out tomorrow. They are changing her card text. The fix was a small rework. So I think she'll still be pretty good, but she's a little bit different than she was when she initially released. Ooh, the Activision Blizzard merger has been approved by EU regulators. Ah, capitalism. Why drive innovation when you could just concentrate power? Always cheaper to buy the competition rather than innovate yourself. I'm doing well, Flash. I think the original kitty was too strong. I think the original kitty was probably fine. You know, I might have actually been right to claw left and set up Marvel Doom. The one concerning thing is that, like, Daredevil Electro is typically Galactus. And this person's taking fucking forever, so I feel like when I'm getting slow rolled, our probability of getting Galactus goes up. It's like, how fucking bad does your brain have to be to just, like, go into the tank for the full fucking turn to play Galactus left? Yeah, there's no snap. Wait the whole fucking turn timer down. Hopefully the patch tomorrow delivers us from Galactus. If the patch tomorrow doesn't deliver us from Galactus, it means we have a minimum of another month of it. Hating on Galactus, boring. Being a cunt in my chat is more boring. We'll make sure we cut that shit out.
Wind, aid my hand.
You're in the wrong fucking stream if you don't want to hear us talk about Galactus sucking shit. Allow me to escort you to the door. The Galactusing shall continue until morale improves. Narrator, morale was not about to improve. And then you'll note here how we're winning because we've skillfully outplayed our opponent. It's big brain time. That Iron Lad's actually only a 700 gold variant. Do you agree that Wave needs a nerf? I think if they're changing Wave how I expect them to be changing Wave, that it has nothing really to do with power level and everything to do with quality of gameplay. I think the experience of how Wave works with works with cost reduction stuff is inherently obnoxious, and that the game is probably better off if it doesn't work that way. My expectation is that they're going to change Wave to no longer combo with Death and She-Hulk. Series downgrades happen when the patch happens each month, hater. So you can expect Series 3 downgrades tomorrow, if the patch goes out as scheduled. I would be shocked if any changes to Wave impact how she plays in Galactus. Maybe they'll surprise us, but I would be very surprised if that happened. How about an Iron Lad into Nightcrawler? That's a little bit worse if we hit Rescue, but it's not that much smaller than Jessica Jones, and if they don't play here, I can then hit something like Captain Marvel or Doctor Doom or Jeff, just let him bail out. Yeah, perfect. I think I want Miles to cost 1 next turn. So I think I'm moving Nightcrawler here. And then the Iron Lad Jeff actually let us slide up to 9 extra power into the Jessica Jones path while she still gets to trigger her thing, which is great. Who will be the June series? Oh, you're talking about the June downgrade. Sorry, I thought you meant this month. The oldest cards in each series downgrade each month. I don't know what those are offhand, but you'd have to look. Yeah, that's the thing that really doesn't get me about the people. The people I find most frustrating, disingenuous, stupid, whatever you want to call it, are the people that are like, people complaining about Galactus will just complain about the next card. People will always complain about something. And it's like, there have literally been people that, like, before Galactus even released, we were like, hey, this effect looks incredibly fucking polarizing. It's probably gonna generate shit games of Marvel Snap. It's not like, yeah, it's been a problem since day one. It's just been a problem that became more accessible post day one, right? The people will always complain about something is like a super reductionist way to just shut down all nuance and details about what's actually going on. It's like, no, you're just a complainer. We're not talking about this. Hey, Trexel Ranger, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. Which Kitty Pride decks am I excited to try to? I actually don't know yet. I'm gonna sit down tonight and record a top 10 Kitty Pride decks video. So we'll get some ideas from there. Hey, Frankie Jaggy, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. Can you explain the booster system? It's fucking random. At the end of the game, you randomly get boosters on one of your cards. Let's soak here and see what they do. Don't they prioritize cards that don't have enough boosters to upgrade? Yeah, technically, cards that are missing boosters towards their upgrade are slightly more likely to get boosters, but it's still pretty low. I mean, the Iron Lad copying Bishop doesn't really matter here. We're just gonna punt that path. Move Jeff for Miles. No, my last turn is Arrow She-Hulk, so moving Jeff for Miles doesn't really matter. Wanted to wait to commit this. Oh, they have priority here. We're probably dead if they have priority with Wong. No, I don't really see a ton of movies in the theaters yet. I'm caught up on the MCU other than that one, but usually I just watch them at home on Disney+. Kinetic Stasis. Thoughts on Iron Lad? It is a solid B, maybe B+ card. I think it's worse than Jeff the Shark. I think it's worse than any of the permanent Series 5 cards. But if you're a whale with a lot of tokens, it's fine to pick it up. Yeah, most of the movies I go see in theaters are ones I can take the kids to. I think High Evolutionary is going to be toxic or polarizing. Instead of, can I answer your question with a question? Why would High Evolutionary be toxic or polarizing? Do you know what those words mean? Can you explain what about the card design you think could fit either of those descriptions? I have 8,400 tokens. Do you think if I buy land now, I'll have 6,000 tokens on the 30th when High Evo will be out of the token shop? Probably not. I don't know. The calculations on that aren't super clean, though, but my guess would be no. Nib Black, thank you for the 10 months of Prime. Appreciate that. Welcome back. What'd they discard? What did they discard, Jet? My untapped's not tracking it. It just says no discard. Oh, that's why it was Apocalypse. Got it. Gross. Actually, I'll get Atlantis rather than compete with Dracula. Hey, Pino, thanks for the almost 4 years. I appreciate the 47 months. Welcome back. And Barry, thanks for hanging out. There might be Oral where they can't empty their hands here. We're gonna lose to MODOK left, though. Both Jeff, I'm so glad Jeff and Miles play well together because both of their put this onto the board small animations are some of my favorite in the game. Ooh, arrow mid miles left is a good line for that previous game. I like that suggestion. Nebula into the Superflow is funny. Yeah, but I have Sunspot, so I'm gonna leave the Superflow on. I did get the adorable Jeff. There's soak 5 on the right angle. I could Professor X somewhere this turn. Probably left. Guess there's no reason to do this now and let them know that I have it. If I'm holding on to her, I don't need to move anything. Just let it ride. I think Arrow is actually our best draw there. Any world where this wins? This is 10, 19... Plus 8 is 27. Plus 9 there. I think there's a world where this is their only really large thing. Jeff to the right. I can't move Nightcrawler left, so I have to put Jeff left in order to be able to play two things here.
Wind aid my
All right, yeah, we beat that one. Yeah, I think assuming Magneto is their only exceptionally large card is a pretty reasonable position to play to here. Yeah, it's real strange to hear other character voice lines come out of the Iron Lad card. It's like, wait, that doesn't look like what I'm expecting it to. Where's that line coming from? If we could win locations of 20 or more power 10 times, shit, we'll get to get my Nebula variant. I'll put us over the top of level 50 here. Wish he whispered Iron Lad when he copied Enchantress. That would be great.
aid my hand.
Well, I think we came out ahead in this exchange. I just set the new standing desk up last night. Alright, well, two things here tell us that they're Sandman. The first is that they didn't play Electro into the middle, so they don't care that they're going to be locked into playing one card per turn. The second is that Doctor Doom is a pretty quintessential Sandman card. I was going to go ahead and play Miles in the middle, expecting Sandman here. Alright, Arrow gets to yank the Odin here. Here, bud. Come have a talk with Papa Jeff. We could lose the breaker here, I suppose. Just the claw! Get the fuck out of my game, Sandman. Just found out my wife is pregnant. Got any first-time dad tips? Well, first off, congrats. Hope mom and baby are doing well. They're very easy at first, I think is. I'm someone who had like literally never changed a diaper or held an infant before my oldest was born. And I was a little worried they would be difficult, but really they're pretty easy for a while. The difficulty doesn't scale up until they're able to roll over. So be ready for that. Once they're mobile, all bets are off. The best way to describe children, for those of you that have never had one, is a child is essentially a tiny suicide machine. And your job as a parent is to make sure that they fail. Anything remotely dangerous or could injure them, they're just like fucking drawn to it like a moth to the flame. And you need to make sure that you wrap things appropriately in bubble wrap and lock your cabinets that need to be locked, etc., etc. Anima Phoenix, thank you for the third of the year. Welcome back. Pulled Null a day before he dropped his series, please, so I can finally play the OP deck everyone's been playing. Shaun of the Strike. God bless. So we're definitely playing something to here. There could almost be merit to waiting on Nightcrawler simply so I wait and trigger their Nebula, or stop their Nebula from triggering next turn. But the upside to playing the Crawler out earlier is it gets bigger on the Murray Isle. And it's only giving them 1 extra point. It's giving them 2 extra to get 1 extra. And I think that's a worthwhile exchange, because the Nightcrawler has the flexibility to bounce around. We're not playing Miles next turn. It's gonna be a turn 6 play, I think. So I don't think I'm moving anything. We're just soaking up the sun on the island here a little bit more. If some concerns that this could lose to their Captain Marvel. I'm only going to 18 in the middle. Really would have preferred Doctor Doom here. They have a 12 plus power thing like Hulk. Or just arrow them left. Yeah, we could just arrow them left. That's a good take. I have 10 in the middle. Yeah, that's a good shout. Here, bud. We lose the Doctor Doom, I suppose. We're 1 in 3 to lose to that. If the Swordmaster would have flipped metal, then it got us. Yeah, Arrow's still got great utility after her change. I think she's quite good. You get to use some of our Nebula boosties today when we lock in our variant. Hats! Cheers to 5 years indeed. Thank you for the 60 months. It's not a small duration. This might be the last day we get to play this deck, chat. They hinted at wave changes. And tomorrow's the patch. We shall see. Does a new player get Kitty Pride for free if they just started making a Marvel Snap account? I'd assume so. Obviously, we don't know any of that with certainty. Atlantis effect on the Soul Stone is kind of sweet. They haven't Reality Stoned yet, is notable. No Jeff, no Nightcrawler here. Means I'm not going to be able to wave Miles, which is sad. You have Thanos in your shop. Not sure if you should buy him or give him a miss. I mean, spending your resources on perpetually Series 5 cards to start is generally good advice. Those cards are never going to get cheaper, unlike most. Playing this out means I can't play She-Hulk next turn if I draw her, but I think we don't play that out. Just do this. When I just enable Death Wave for them, I might have just enabled Death Wave for them. Even with having enabled Death Wave, with their Doctor Doom here, we're still in a really good spot, right? Because my Nebula is going to tick up over here as well, so we're beating their Doom. Thanos, Galactus, and Kang, and then High Evolutionary releasing in a week will be the 4th permanent Series 5 card. Yes, assuming the patch goes out as expected tomorrow, series downgrades happen with the patch. Oh, I got an Atuma variant over the week. I got a ton of variants this weekend, chat. I got Iron Lad, Jeff, and Atuma. Some solid art upgrades. And then I splurged to buy a bunch of credits because I needed upgrades for my variants. Right, Coach, thank you for the brand new Prime. There's a ton of awesome people on Twitch you can send that to every month. Thanks for sending it this month. Yes, patch tomorrow is supposed to bring Kitty Pryde back. How about Armor Atuma in the middle? El Taco Grande, thank you for the brand new Prime. Folks like you make my job possible. Thanks for keeping me around. I think the Pro Bundle is worth it if I'm still working on Series 3. I mean, it's better than buying credits for gold daily. So if you were thinking about doing that, buying the Pro Bundle first is better. If you open the subscribe link here in your mobile browser, you should be able to sub. I'm pretty sure that has Prime in it. So it's a Professor X the right, and then Jeff moves middle to grab the middle for us. I kind of wouldn't mind drawing Claw, so that way we could shut down Blue Marvel. Gamora. Yeah, Ironheart and Claw could both get us. Or Ironheart and Blue Marvel could both get us. I can put 20 on the left, but it's just not enough. I can go 20 here or 17 and 16. But I don't think 17 or 16 quite does it. Why not Destroyer left, move Jeff mid? Well, Destroyer left is less than Gamora and Titania there. And again, for people that are wondering why I'm not making the plays, you should listen to the things that we're talking about here. So, Blue Marvel or Ironheart both mean that Jeff doesn't win the center. And Gamora plus Titania plus Jeff is only 23 here, meaning if they put 7 power here, I lose the left as well. Cosmo doesn't do anything, I don't have priority. So we can spear a few cubes, so we need to keep our MMR down anyways, but I think most of our permutations end with a loss here. You know what's an interesting thought? If I was concerned concerned about Ironheart. Maybe I should have moved Jeff into Kiln on turn 5 to better play for priority for Cosmo going into 6. That's probably something I should have done differently. Hey, congrats on Infinite, really? It's not an easy climb. Is priority not just switching off what's it reliant on? Whenever that question comes up, I always like to call out that if you're someone that's newish to Marvel Snap and you haven't already done so, you should take an hour one day and watch through all of the videos in my Marvel Snap Minutes playlist. It answers a ton of questions like how does priority work, optimal snapping theory, stuff like that. Just a ton of good stuff that the game doesn't explicitly teach you. That being said, to field the priority question directly here, priority is determined by who is currently winning on board. So for example, tied, my opponent is up 4. My opponent's name is highlighted in gold. They currently have priority because the game ended right now. They would be winning the game.
Opponent snapped.
It's a quality Atuma variant.
Wind, aid my hand.
Gosh, with them waving me, did I just play Destroyer in the middle? I mean, even if they had Galactus, there's squirrels here, right? How would Storm a brick Galactus, chat? There were squirrels anyways. Oh, the squirrel was gonna die to Murder World. LOL. Good shout. They could increase the visibility of the priority indicator node complain. Yeah, that's probably fair. I'm just gonna Professor X the left and lock them out, huh? Just like cut them off of any shenanigans. You don't know how people emote that fast. You can emote faster on mobile. They're playing on their cell phone or tablet. To be fair though, making who has priority more visible doesn't help explain how priority works to people that don't realize how it's switching. That's more of a tutorial thing, needs to cover it better, not a... This is a visual issue that needs to be addressed. Well, I mean... It's like a combo. About 18 power Orca too. Triskelion also wasn't great for their Thanos deck. It's noteworthy here. That's a little unfortunate that Soulstone hit the random because now my broods are only 3 here. How often do I do charity streams? Usually only once a year or so. If you do them too frequently, you tap people out. It makes it hard to actually hit the goals you want to hit. Should snap before we show them claw here. Oh, yeah, I guess Nebula is free to play out at one of the other locations. Alright, so we lose to Dr. Doom. Otherwise, I believe in the big fish. Hey, Chow! Congrats on running it back for a 3rd in a row. Their Triskelion was much better than ours. Gave them lower curve stuff to play with. And the Green Goblin. I mean, it wasn't just the Soulstone, it was a combination of other things. The Soulstone wouldn't have mattered if my Brood would have gotten to make a thing. Orca won his lane, he did his job. That's true, you know. Just the facts. Oh, they played Zabu to Necrosha rather than play to a random. That's interesting. You can replace Jeff with your favorite other 2-drop, probably Lizard. I don't think this deck really needs Daredevil. In general, I'd recommend just buying Jeff, though. He's such a good use of tokens. I thought the deck tracker shows the cards you actually have by default. Does yours not? Weird. I didn't do anything special. Or is it an option in the settings? Okay. Maybe I did toggle that at some point and I forgot. Oh, their absorbing man doesn't work because of Clintar. That's funny. That's funny. Hey, ching me, daddy. Are Nebula and Jeff the best 1 and 2 cost cards in the game? I don't know that Nebula's the best one, but I think Jeff's definitely the best 2. I'll be curious to see where he ends up at long term. I feel like he's probably not good enough at 2 power. Hopefully they buff. I almost feel like I would rather they buff around Jeff rather than nerf him if they decide he's too omnipresent. I got him on the 50-50.
Victory.
How much does Nebula stock drop with Kitty release? That's also true. Nebula is about to have a natural predator in the wild that everybody's getting a free copy of. Kitty Pride's another generically good 1-drop. That is a natural counter to Nebula. Yes, we're sorry this was fucked up on release. Everybody that doesn't have Kitty, they didn't buy it on release, is getting a free copy of her tomorrow when she comes back. How would I buff Nimrod? I would buff Nimrod by making armor not be a symmetrical card. And it's at its core, the issue with the Destroy archetype in general is simply the fact that this might be wrong. If you're playing Kitty Pride, you're just not supposed to play these 6 drops. I think that's likely the case, yeah. We do this, and then we just Jeff into the flooded. There's a small chance they beat us for 6 here, but I think it's unlikely out of a Patriot deck. Ah, we lose the breaker by 1. We lose the breaker by 1, chat. I could get up to 5 here. Oh, is it by 2 actually?
Escaped.
Oh, we lose it by 2 actually, right? We're up by 1, they're up by 3. I actually don't hate that change, D-Donkey. They could consider getting rid of Jeff's ability to play directly into inaccessible locations, but still allow him to move in there once he's on the board. I like that. I like that a lot. I think if you said Jeff, you get to redesign 1 non-Galactus card, because obviously I'd just delete Galactus. But aside from Galactus, RST, thanks for the half a year, and Echo Chris, thanks for the 7 months, welcome back. I think if I could rework a card in Marvel Snap that I think would make the metagame better, I would change armor to say the next time one or more of your cards would be destroyed, instead don't. And that change would do two things. One, it would make it so armor would stop being a fucking hoser for destroy decks that really struggle. And two, it would give you a counter card for Killmonger. And I think both of those things would be really good for Snap as a whole. Yeah, you make it a one-time save and make it only for your side. So it could still stop a Shang-Chi, or it could stop one entire Killmonger. And then it's done, it's used up. Yeah, horizontal temporary protection. That would be my I could change a card wish list. I think it would be a very small way to make one thing that's obnoxious worse and one thing that's weak better, all in one fell swoop. I think making it permanently not let anything on your side be blown up is probably a little over the top. I wouldn't want another Cosmo style card to be in the game. I think changing Cosmo in some similar manner wouldn't be terrible either. Cosmo's a very non-interactive card that's obnoxious. Yeah, they could also be lazy and have it be like an on-reveal for just your next turn, but I think that's a less interesting card. And I'd be a little bit sad if they did that. Part of me wants to play Titania into the Strange Academy before I Professor X, but I could lose priority and then get into trouble. The problem... Oh, they played Daredevil. The problem with making Enchantress an ongoing that turns off other ongoings is that you just create the Cosmo problem in a different direction. Now you have a different card that can't be interacted with for a different reason. I think they should have a way to interact with effects that are on reveal or ongoing, like Dracula, Bishop, etc. Well, Shadow King and Shang-Chi and stuff interact with things like Bishop, right? Dracula's kind of an edge case, but even with Dracula, you can interact with things like Master Mold, technically. You have a Wong Pool 3 deck. Yeah, there should be a Wong Pool 3 deck up on my YouTube channel. I posted that not long ago. I think 17's enough to win the left, huh? Does Shadow King affect cards with ongoing ability? No. Shadow King only impacts the base power of the card. So ongoing bonuses apply after Shadow King resets. Is Gamora more numbers? Oh, you know what? It might be. That's funny too. If we would have Gamora'd, we actually tie the game, right? Because we would have been 12-12 here, and then they're up 7, we're up 7. My number one piece of advice for people picking up a deck like this for the first time is that Titania's not a super intuitive card for a lot of people. The thing you want to be aware of is that this is not a one energy play that you play early. Titania is effectively a part of our build our own 6-drop. Do I want to keep the Nexus or do I want to storm it? I kind of just want to Cosmo the Nexus, if I'm being honest. We'll see. This might be wrong because I can't claw into here. Oh, you know what? I can storm... I could storm Kiln and then claw into the Nexus next turn. Well, they might Galactus here this turn. We'll see what they do.
Wind, aid my hand.
Oh, and naturally the Galactus player has all of their biggest cards. I can do that for plus 13, but we're already dead. See, chat? You just play your anti-Galactus card, and then they lose the game, right? That's how it works.
Wind, aid my hand.
Hey, Eric, thanks for the 5 months.
Escape.
I'm shocked how much Galactus you see in Infinite. Yeah, Galactus is a very popular style of deck, Jet. That type of power trip, my things work and your things doesn't, is a very popular card gamer style thing. A big part of why I eventually fell out of love with Magic the Gathering is most Magic the Gathering decks feel like that deck feels to play against. That type of big one player does a thing and the other player just sits there and just has to shrug is basically how most Magic decks work. Jeffrey sends his regards, yeah. I think I throw Miles in the center here to play around a copy of Blue Marvel. Hello, thanks for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. This could be one drop, Shang. Oh! Well, fuck. We're supposed to play for all three. I wasn't thinking about how close they were to triggering him, and I should have been. The reason not to play Miles mid. Hey, Blind. Thanks for the brand new tier 1. Working us towards staying at our sub goal for the month. I didn't comment on that yet today. The sub goal of 2,500 concurrent subs. So I don't currently run any adverts on the channel outside of the Twitch pre-roll ads that I actually am not able to disable. Twitch does not allow you to turn those off. And if we maintain my goal of having approximately 2,500 concurrent subs through the end of the month, we will continue to have no ads. Otherwise, I'm going to pick up a ads contract for next month again, I think. It's my loose plan. Well, Scroll doesn't really do anything here. I think I'm just bailing out of Xandar since we kicked that there. I'm gonna arrow them into the middle here. Hey, Helkin, thanks for hanging out. How could you expect Howard the Duck to be? I don't know. Howard the Duck might let you play like Iron Lad in a little bit greedier decks perhaps, but as a whole, I don't know. I'm expecting too much. Move Jeff. No, I don't think they were playing into the Forge. I didn't want to commit Jeff just yet. Now, the concern with Sarah is that their Shang-Chi deck is likely the case, so that probably means we're dead. I think if I was climbing, I'd retreat here, just because we're very likely to die to Shang into Nidavellir. And they're going to boomer step us, so we'll go ahead and leave. I was going to give them an extra cube to see the game play out, but statistically improbable to win here. I expect Howard to be much better than Z2. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that take, but again, that doesn't mean it's a playable card. There's a lot of room to be better than that and still not be good enough, right? They snapped to lose a cube, maybe. Or maybe they didn't have Shang-Chi and they were bluffing us. We'll never know. Stature took time to be seen as good enough. comments like stature took time to be seen as good enough are some of the more amusing commentary card gamers give. Because saying, hey, not just fun, thank you for the 5 sub gifts, that's super generous of you. Appreciate you kicking us back up towards our goal. The idea that it took time for stature to be considered good enough is just completely ignorant of what actually happened. It's not that people didn't realize stature was good. What happened was stature was unfucking playable into Shuri putting giant messes of stats into play. Turns out 1-7 much smaller than other numbers, right? Like, so it's weird to me when people like it feels very revisionist history to be like, oh, people just didn't get it. It's like, no, it's not that people didn't get it. It's that the format was different and the card legitimately wasn't good enough previously. Stature is pull 5 so but that has nothing to do with it. It's not like the whales had this hidden super good stature deck that non-whales weren't able to play. She just legitimately wasn't good. Leech. Yes, the Leech before the Leech change also made stature bad because your best stature enabler is Black Bolt. So it's not that people are silly and missed it. It's that the card just legitimately wasn't good in the previous format. Is +7 enough to win here between Sunspot and Collector? Probably, but Elysium makes it a little dicey potentially. It's weird to you that Stature isn't just worse than Hood. I mean, Hood's also a good card, but the big thing Stature does, and I've talked about this before, is that Stature and the Stature deck in general is really good against tech cards. Stature not dying to Shang-Chi, Enchantress, or Killmonger, and being an efficient threat while dodging all of those things is huge. Same with Miles. Miles is good because he dodges the tech cards. Yeah, she even ignores Wave is a great call out too. That's another basically tech card that Stature gets around.
Victory.
Sometimes it feels like going 8 to 9 power. It legitimately is canceled. In fact, one of the things we talked about on Friday is I think one of the things they could do to make the Stature deck worse would actually be make Black Bolt have 9 power. I think making one of the cards in that deck consistently die to Shang-Chi, I think would be a big deal and would make it worse into the field. Sentry moving to 10 felt bad for that reason. Yeah, no joke. I think The thing I kind of hope they hit Sentry at an OTA again at some point. I would really like to see Sentry be a 3-7 or a 3-8. Rather than being a 4 and dying to Shang. Yeah, the people saying Darkhawk already dies to Shang in that deck, Hawk is often a last turn play, or you're not making it big enough to die to Shang until the last turn. Dracula feels strong enough. I think Dracula is like an appropriate amount of strong. There's a lot of people that dislike that card for whatever reason, but I'm not one of them. What would make the thing worth playing? Well, you see, in a week, High Evolutionary is releasing, and then the thing will be very playable. Hey, all of these names. Thanks for the 5 months. Appreciate it.
Opponent snapped.
They probably have their Hella. I'm just gonna leave.
Escaped.
Is Living Tribunal confirmed big bad? No, Living Tribunal is the opposite. It's confirmed not a big bad. Oh, you know what? This deck's pretty bad at getting 20 plus power into location. Let's play a deck that's decent at that for a little bit. But we can try and finish that and get our Nebula variant. I completely agree, Duck Doolittle. I think we'll hit a solid meta shake if a wave change really comes tomorrow. On top of Kitty Pride coming back. Bounce might take over. As someone who loves the Beast Bounce deck, I fully and firmly believe the way Marvel Snap has tech cards designed, it is literally impossible for the Bounce deck to ever be the best deck in the format. It just gets absolutely ranched by far too many things to ever be a sustained best deck. I think it could be a good, I think it's actually an okay choice right now, maybe even good, but I don't think it can ever be popular enough to be the best deck and not just get very quickly and firmly fully hated out of the format. It's not even just Killmonger, by the way. The Bounce deck, when played well, can actually sequence around Killmonger and Shang-Chi quite well. It's that Sandman is better than most people give it credit for, even post-nerf. That card's just like a real bitch and a half. It's one of the reasons why, when I played it in that tournament, I really shouldn't have resubmitted it for the finals. Because it's such an easy deck to fucking metagame that if someone wants to beat it, they can have a very polarized good matchup into it in a way that feels very unsatisfying. My new desk has the buttons to control the up and down on the opposite side as the old one. And I did that on purpose because before they were on the left side and Haley would come in and play with them and now they're off to the right. But I keep reaching for where the buttons used to be to adjust it. Takes some getting used to. Kitty's supposed to be back with the patch tomorrow. Yeah, muscle memory, exactly. Use a standing desk. Even if you don't end up getting the standing desk from the sponsor that I have now, I 10 out of 10 would recommend shopping around and getting one if you're someone that uses your computer a lot throughout the day like many of us do. A good office chair also goes a long way as well, but you just shouldn't be sitting even in a good office chair for 8 or 10 hours a day or whatever you're at your desk for. All right, and then we're gonna move Jeff on out of here and drop the lad over here, I think. I mean, we're getting Galactus, chat. Or they didn't draw it. Look at how skillfully we outplayed them. Did you like that, how he masterfully maneuvered around them? It is certainly a gameplay experience. All of these names, thanks for the 5 months, by the way. If they did draw, it would still lose, right? If they went Galactus into null on the right, we would lose. Stegron whipping all the Patriots in today's video is high. This morning's Kingpin highlight, chat, if you haven't caught it on the YouTube side, it's basically fucking art. It's so good. What time do the patches usually come? Usually like late morning Central Time. Mayhew, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. Dip-a-dop, my doom bots. Really love these doom bots. Whip it up some doom. Yeah, yeah. Out of here, buddy. Well, I guess the Cosmo here means I can't play into the Nebula path. That's fine. Hey, D-Good, thanks for the 5 months. Ooh, that does mean I can't Mystique now. It's noteworthy. Deck only has 3 cards in it. Can they... They'd have to play 4 here while also playing 7 here. Possible, but improbable. Yeah, I think we're staying there for sure. Hey, Echoes. Thanks for the over 5 years. Appreciate the 62 months. Welcome back. What's the saying? Someone in chat said. Someone in chat says, boss makes $1 or I might make a dime. That's why I watch Twitch on company time. That's a poem for an earlier time, chat. Today, it's more like boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's a poem for a simpler time. The boss makes $1 million, I don't make jack. You gotta riot and seize the means back. Take control, comrades. Van Cax, thanks for the half a year. Appreciate it. That's fine. I didn't want to have a curve anyways, Deck. What are curves? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. Doo-doo. It's nice. And it's strictly optimal to play Rock Slide left or right, because he's gonna get pulled into the middle, but we want to dodge Cosmo, because our Cosmo will get ripped mid. I like playing Sarah here, because this way if we pick up Mystique, we can play Mystique Ronin. Or we could potentially go like Lad Hawk next turn with Sarah. Is the Ink Rock Slide reset? Semi-reset. Yeah, so let's just Ronin Hawk here too. We have 5 cards in hand, 5 cards in deck. Go right! Go right! I think we're dead. Any of these Ironheart triggers go mid, we die. Our Hawk's only 10. GG. Oh, we tied the left too. Walk Ironheart Odin is no joke. Every time we play, we've played this odd reveal deck. We highlighted it on the YouTube channel last week. It always punches what feels like way above its weight class. Cole Jack, thanks for the 2 months, appreciate it. Black Widow does not work with Ronin. Black Widow is not in this deck because she does not work with Ronin. Black Widow takes away a draw from your opponent and then gives them a card that plays out for free. So it actively hurts Ronin. So you can't play Maximus because Maximus hurts Hawk, and you can't play Widow because Widow hurts Ronin.
Breaking news.
Unions are great. Support your local unions, chat. I'm gonna go Mr. Mold into Ironlad here. They only had room for 1 card in their hand. I guess we cut them off a draw at least. Turn 6 Black Widow technically is Ronin +2 for tutor. Yes, congratulations, she's a 2/3. If you play her on the last turn with Ronin, it's not great. Well, that's a great hit. Iron Lad hits Sarah. Cosmo the left. Play around Shang-Chi's there. They played molded streamer. I think that was our mold off the Daily Bugle. Yeah. BuzzFeed, thanks for the 2 months of Prep. Appreciate it. That's great, Step Bro. It's always good to hear that. And I get to snap at work. There's the real benefits package. Yeah, you play those Sentinels out.
Victory.
The spider cards look really sweet. Spider-Man 2099 or whatever his name is that blows shit up. I'm looking forward to him. All right, not Mystique, Sakaar. All right, we'll take it. Yeah, Spider-Ham looks good too. Agree. Hey, Ezreal, thanks for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. And Jackie, thanks for hanging out for 3 years. Morning, good morning. Yeah, Silk is really interesting too, honestly. People talking about Jeff being the best 2-drop and being an auto-include. That's something that could change too just by more 2-drops coming out. And Silk is a real interesting 2-drop. She's a 5-power thing that says after any card is played here, she moves to another location. So she's a 2/5 that ping-pongs around the board. Alright, Chad, I'm gonna have to level with you here. I didn't play Korg on 1 because I saw things pop out of this out of the corner of my eye as I was clicking the button, and I thought this was Collapse Mine. All right, can we win the priority coin flip here? So we're tied on board, which means who currently has priority is decided at random. We lost the random here. I wanted to be able to Cosmo the vault, but alas, they flip up first. God, that would have been so fucking good. Sometimes you lose the 50-50s. Probably fine though, right? We just like jam Ronin here and then we go Mystique Lad over here. Well, shit. As a Genshin fan, have you tried Star Rail? Yes, I am Trailblazer 26 or 27. I've been playing Star Rail on my mobile. A few ways this could break. Yeah, I played the lad on the left to play around the other dino here. And then we win by 1, right? Because the Sunspot soaks 1. Or we win by a lot because Iron Lad.
Victory.
That's true. If you're a sub who's been playing Star Rail, we've got a super active Star Rail thread in the Discord server. Can you explain Spider Ham? Is it a mini leech? Yes, mini leech is basically true what Spider Ham is. On reveal, transform the highest cost card in your opponent's hand into a pig, keeping its power and cost. So it just like gets rid of the text on it. Oh. Vineyard Dog, thanks for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Appreciate you re-upping that prime. It makes an elk. It makes a pig, chat. It's nothing like an elk. Come on now. That's true. Pig is kind of an anti-Galactus card. Pig bounce turns Galactus' hand into a farm. Honestly, Pig, one of Bounce's bad matchups is that deck. All right, so obviously we need to wait to re-queue here. So this is our 3rd time playing into this person. Edge. You tried the Patriot deck with... I just don't think the Patriot decks are very interesting. Did you pull for Ganyu, Constellations, and Genshin? I didn't. I don't really love any of the 4-stars on this banner. And I usually play Ganyu as a sub DPS. So I'm not using her auto attacks a lot, or her charged attacks. So her C1 doesn't do a whole lot for me. All right, so they have our copy of Doctor Doom as noteworthy here. Spider Ham can also just turn Destroyer into a pig in their hand. Yes, much like Leech is bad against Destroyer.
Victory.
All right, let's take a vibe check for a second while we wait for that Dino player to queue into someone else, hopefully. I pull for Sealy. I did not. I don't really know what kind of teams I want in Honkai. I've only been playing it a little bit here and there, so... No, I don't usually pull until I have a better idea for that. A 620 pig when you hand their infant. Oh, exactly. It's a large pig. Take it to a state fair. Yeah, Star Rail is a group of 4 characters in your party. Hey, Andrew. Thanks for dropping the primer off again. I would love Land Shark action. Playing against a current or former Magic the Gathering player here, username Jund. I think I'm not playing Cosmo, so I'll just double rock slide them. I'm playing on PS5 at the moment, just Genshin. Life's been busy. Hawk's a wonderful pickup. I just do this, right? Just lock him out of interacting with me. Oh, you think their name is Juno and not Jund? Yeah, maybe. Could be. Yeah, the kerning on the font leaves a little bit to be desired. I don't know. Never lucky as a title makes me think it's a Magic player. Put that monkey in the ground! Big rip. Big rip. I think we're good through the Killmonger, right? It kills the Korga, the Nova, but our stats are real big. Why no Ronin? Because Hawk was much bigger than Ronin. They're a Sarah deck. They're gonna just one card in it. Their deck has 8. Echoplex. Thanks for the 15 months. Welcome back. Their name is Juno, chat. They're hanging out in chat. We couldn't tell if your name was Juno or Jund because of the poor text kerning. Afterthought, thank you for the 2.5 years. It is a collapse mine this time. I'll pass. Any advice on snapping? Yes, you should snap when you're really far ahead, but it isn't obvious to your opponent that you're really far ahead yet. If your opponent can look at the board and understand that you're ahead, it's too late to snap. You need to snap before your good play flips up. I go into more detail about this topic in my when to snap video here. Is a good watch. Very significant to that specific avatar. It's just one of the closed beta avatars. Don't you find the triple monitor with no verticals too much looking side to side? I mean, I'm not looking at all of the screens constantly. You'll note the third screen's even a smaller panel. And that in large part is due to the fact that just like I don't need access to the information that's on it readily. It's like nice to be able to look at without clicking, but it's not super necessary. Big Zwine, thank you for the 66 months. Welcome back. You think as the pool of card continues to grow, snapping will eventually become obsolete since your opponent could have any response? That's not really how card games work. Like, even when there's deep card pools, the output range, what's it? As the card pool gets bigger, snapping will become more skill intensive because you'll need to know a wider range of which decks tend to play which cards. So just because, you know, say 400 or 500 cards exist doesn't mean when you see your opponent's first few plays, there's 400 or 500 cards in their output range. Like a lot of the thing that makes snapping very difficult in this game is the fact that you need to be able to look at what your opponent has done so far and then think to yourself, okay, based on these cards that they've played, these are the cards that they could also be playing that I should consider playing around. Because just because a card exists doesn't mean you should be playing around it. You should only be playing around things that exist and are likely to be included in your opponent's deck based on other context clues that you have so far. Ooh. It's a piece of candy. Upgrade. Well, OG Zabu, anyone? Fister Mantastic is pretty good into the collapse mine. I think I'm gonna Hawk and then Lad, because if Lad hits Mystique, I want to copy the Hawk. Does Quake ability move the locations randomly? It does, yes. This is a bot.
Opponent snapped.
I am Iron Man.
Pretty sure this is a beep boop. I don't think any of these are deterministic bot splits, but... The claw into Rickety Bridge is, a little sus. Like, close to a Jeff Ink split, no. Well, we have a chance at Inked on my next split. We're gonna play all Jeff decks for our 4 or 5 hours today. We'll see how it goes. MV, thanks for the third of a year. I mean, initial impressions in Syndium are that it's fairly stable and it goes up and down appropriately. I haven't had a chance to screw with getting the presets configured yet. Dig into that. Is there any way to manipulate who gets boosters outside of Agatha? Technically, your cards that need boosters towards their next level are slightly more likely to get them. but only ever so slightly. Be luckier. Yep.
Opponent snapped.
Make believe.
Escaped.
Would you prefer second dinner design teams that have complementary abilities? I don't really have strong feelings about that. I'm sure people that are like super invested in comic books wish that the teams are a little bit more synergistic, but for the most part, these are just like game pieces with artwork I appreciate. What cards do I want to see buff? Crystal and Dazzler are probably at the top of my list. Alright, we got a Death Wave gamer here. A little sad that we lost Zabu, because Zabu's pretty good against Death Wave. Well, we have 4 good hits and 1 retreat, so... Yeah, Diesel, I always try to read through the reviews before I even accept a product for a sponsored thing, so all the reviews on the Flex Spot stuff were really good across everywhere that I read. Average for high readings are really reasonable. And yeah, they have a really good range of prices of things. The one they sent me is one of their higher end models with the bamboo top and the larger table, but even the lower price range ones look like they review pretty well. All of my hits on Iron Lad are like pretty solid here. I think decks being easy or hard to play is mostly a lie people tell themselves to make themselves feel better or worse about the deck that they're playing, or make other people feel better or worse. I think what types of decks different people find easier or harder to play varies person to person, and it's not really this is an easy deck versus a hard deck thing that you can really truly measure in a meaningful way.
Escaped.
Is Master Mold downgrading soon? Yes, Master Mold will be entering Series 3 tomorrow. When the patch happens. Sorry, I meant Series 4. Series 4. I think they will change how Wave interacts with Death and She-Hulk. So, one of the devs last week hinted at impending wave changes, and there weren't wave changes in the OTA, so that makes me think we're going to see some kind of text box or functional change for her tomorrow. In my opinion, it would be good for Marvel Snap if Wave didn't combo with those cards.
Wind, aid my hand.
I don't get why some people hate Galactus. It's a low win rate cube deck. Well, some people don't constantly have water pouring out of their armpits like a sweaty motherfucker. So they care about things other than the win rate of the decks that they're playing against. They care about dirty, filthy, casual things like having fun. Imagine being such a goddamn casual you load up your video game and expect to have fun. No reasonable person is telling you they want Galactus changed because he's too strong. He's not too strong. Nobody reasonable is telling you that. Reasonable people will tell you that Galactus is deeply polarizing and largely uninteresting binary gameplay that doesn't present particularly interesting problems to play into or solve. Yes. I like it. Because they play out into the forge here too. It also makes Ronin bigger. Well, they didn't have She-Hulk. Okay. Did anybody, it's been a second since I've watched a TLSG video. Did he go back to using TLSG as his name? Or is this an imposter? It could still be an imposter even if he did, I suppose. A weaker Cirque, okay. He was one of the creators that was bouncing around to a different name every month, and I lost track. I'll file away that he's back. He's back to his base name. That's a bummer he stopped streaming. Yeah, his streams were good. My understanding is so one of the things to be aware of for a lot of creators in the Snap Space chat is that I'm very fortunate in that I'm able to do this full time as my job, thanks to the support of the people at home. But a lot of content creators have actual full-time jobs they're doing on top of that, or part-time work and other stuff. Like, I think TLSG said his day job picked up keeping him busy, so he had to scale back on streaming a little bit for the time being. Plaid, thank you for the 15 months. Speaking of support, I think, and don't quote me on this, I believe the list of full-timers for Snap content producers is actually definitely on the low side, because this game's newer, right? I think it's like me, Cozy, Dexter is probably the list of people doing full-time income without other jobs on top of it. Panda 4 Express, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Oh, Harry, yeah. Harry is for sure. Oh, Binks is full-time as well. Yeah, so that's 5. Regis is kind of like a split, because like Regis he definitely does a lot of Snap content, but he does what's the word I'm searching for? He does Hearthstone stuff too, right? So he's like, I like, it's like, with, like, when Day9 did Magic content, like, he did Magic content he did content as his full-time job, but he wasn't really, like, a Magic person, because he does, like, more and variety stuff, right? And that's not to say their Snap stuff isn't good, I just wouldn't put them in the same group of people I'm talking about. Yeah, Mogwai's been doing a few different things. It's been a second since he touched Snap, but he's been doing Runeterra, and I watched him do... He was doing some Wild Frost game the other day and a couple other things. Seemed like he was having a good time. And someone I follow around. I'm gonna just play for all three here. I think there's a chance that this is enough here. I am incredibly consistent, and that's one of the things that's important in the content space. Just people knowing when they can flip on the thing and find you. Most fully open chats that don't have a heavy-handed moderation team tend to not be great. In my opinion. Life Coach is another one that seemed to have bounced off of Snap stuff. He's one of my followers, and I see him live occasionally doing other stuff. Did I ever do Hearthstone stuff? I did a little bit of Hearthstone a few years ago, but Hearthstone's deck building depth is incredibly shallow. And my favorite thing to do with card games is like deck building experiments, and Hearthstone just really doesn't allow for a lot of that. How does the Flex-a-Spot fare with monitor arms? So I don't have any monitor arms on my setup. I have a microphone arm that's similar-ish with a little bit less weight, and it clamped on just fine, no problems. Why doesn't Hearthstone allow for deck building? Because Hearthstone has that very rigid class system where cards can only go into one class of deck, or they're a neutral card that goes into everything. So the number of permutations that you can put into a given deck isn't particularly high in that game. Whoa! That is an S tier Quinjet split. The blue crackles with the blue name. Oh, this one's got blue flare on it too. Hit him with one of those. Quality marble snap card. We have 12 here.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Maybe I'm supposed to play Ronin over here. So it's not quite big enough. Having Nebula plus Murray Isle is such a brutal catch-22. Feels like you gotta just give up one of the two, and a one drop forcing you to give up a lane is rough.
Escaped.
Patches happen on Tuesdays, guiding. Heyo! Heyo! One Nebula, please. There's our gal. There's our gal. Get a variant out of a season pass cash too? Running hot, chat. All right, we don't have enough boosters to full split nebula. We'll put this one to green, and then I'll put the new one that we're gonna use to gold so it matches our friends. And then we'll probably let her chill at gold until we eventually have enough boosters to split to inked.
Frame break.
Frame break.
Animated. Shiny logo.
It's good with the golds. Yeah, I've seen a number of people say that the Guardians is like a top MCU film of all time.
Frame break.
No, I'm opening my boxes tomorrow, okay? We got 28 boxes. I want the credits and the gold out of the boxes more than anything. All right, we can switch to a Jeff deck that has less power. So I'm gonna try Jeff in this one. Let's farm some Quicksilver and Claw boosters while we're doing it.
Victory.
Is the Lad Thanos deck on YouTube? I don't think so. Let me check my notepad. No, that one's going up in a couple of days.
Victory.
This person does not want to play Marvel Snap with us. Got it. As is their right. We queued into the same person 2 games in a row, chat. And they know we're playing Quicksilver, so they bailed out. It would be trivial for us to dispatch them. Lickety split, he's super quick. Right on time.
Wind, aid my hand.
Aid my hand. I'm excited to get Doctor Doom tier, so everybody telling me that we're about to get free cubes can realize how much Galactus sucks. All right, it's free cubes, you know?
Victory.
Sure. A big old cup of get fucked, bud. Masterfully outplayed our opponent there. Take that cube all the way to the bank. Kakobe, thank you for the 41 months. I'm glad we could wait for them to tank for a long time. Undernet King, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back.
What are the odds?
What are the odds? Some would argue near 100%. For flavor purposes, they should switch Waves and Silver Surfer ability. No cap, that's genius. Go side. Speaking of Silver Surfer, yeah, could be Cerebro 2, could be Patriot Surfer. Patriot Surfer it is. So, statistically, they're +4 in the middle, which means I think we're dead. Likely have Patriot and or Mystique. Yes, my Iron Light variant came from the shop. It's a 700 gold one, though. Means you can open it in a box randomly. Stegrod and Debar Sinister to kill the Patriots in the Kingpin video today was poetic. There is some amazing Kingpin content yet. If you haven't seen the YouTube highlight today and you enjoy Kingpin giving folks a good thrashing, there are some very highlightable moments in today's highlight. The 1200 gold variants are not in collector. That is correct. 1200 gold variants you have to pay gold for. Do you agree with the notion that traditional CCGs need bad cards? Do you think Snap does? I think Snap's lack of bad cards means that it fails to tap into certain human emotions that help make other card games successful. I think I personally prefer that my card games don't have bad cards in them. I prefer Snap structure to other card games, but seeing how people have reacted to Snap's lack of bad cards makes me understand why there's so much pack filler in other games.
Wind, aid my hand.
That's fine. I didn't want to play cards on the raid anyways.
Opponent snapped.
I think Rock Slide plus Claw wins middle, and then Darkhawk wins left, and we got this unlock. This is Local Man about to die to Brood. Watch it be like Brood Nebula. Oh He's the juggernaut, bitch. Nova. I think that's fine, right? Because it's only... I guess I get to 6 here if they Killmonger plus what's it called? Certainly feels winnable. I'm gonna play Claw here, which gives up a little cube equity, but it means I can play Jeff into the center. Goose probably means we're dead. Well played. Oh, they also have a Jeff of their own. Yeah, good shout.
Escaped.
Someday we'll resplit this Hawk variant to get rid of the shitty green border effect, but to split a lot of other cards and save up credits before we do that. Looks like it's all good hits for Jubilee. Iron Man's kind of mediocre, and Professor X isn't that good of a Jubilee hit either, if we're being honest.
Right on time.
We already have cherry flavored Jubilee. It's plenty. It's plenty. You split it inked? Is it guaranteed to shoot ink with 2 particles? No, which is why I won't split the Hawk for a while, because there's a good chance if you split it, it's just a regular rainbow background, and you're gonna have to split it multiple times to try and get it back to an ink with a different border.
Wind, aid my hand.
Sure. The club. Do we... If I Iron Man left into Claw left, how do I lose? Just like Enchantress or something funky like that? Professor X, I guess?
I am Iron Man.
Whoa! They are gaming. Yeah. Alright, we'll give them a cube. They deserve it. Wave my Orca, Taskmaster my Orca. They felt safe in the center, chat. Right when you feel safe is when the claw reaches his hand into your pocket and takes your cubes away. Ah, yes, my 1100th Chavez booster. Truly, truly what we were in search of at the end of that game. Is Chavez your most included but least played card? That's an interesting metric to think about, probably. Like the card that's most often in your deck but least played out. That's rude. The next update tonight or tomorrow. Patches are always daytime US because they happen while Second Dinner has people in the office pushing them out. Yeah, just doing this actually. We can go Iron Man into Bomb Diggity here. Not Doctor Doom, please. Storm.
Wind, aid my hand.
About the same difference there, really, right? Jeff and force Iron Man here and here. $16 pull, 3 cards to go, and she's my most sought after. Gosh, by the time your free season 3 series 3 comes around again, you'll probably be about done with it. I don't know that we've seen patch coming on any official channels yet.
I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
Alright, I mean, this is 14, so plus 28. Glenn said it was targeted for tomorrow, but that was a few weeks ago, so things could have changed. Yeah, when people have been asking, is there a patch, I've been saying, if all goes as planned. If it happens as scheduled. Move the Jeff in the middle. Yeah, maybe that's better. Play for all 3. It would put 20... Yeah, I think that's a good take. I should move Jeff middle to the left to play for all 3. Would I have lost still? I think I would have lost still, right? No, we'd have won the breaker. I would have been -2 to -1, and then we'd be 13 to 13, and they're only up 1 here. We'd be lower here, but we'd be up by more than 1 still. Yeah, so I would have slid this Jeff to the left, like I should have. I mean, the Spider Woman was huge, right? Because Spider Woman on the left was -6 effectively because I was Iron Manning there. So I had second Jeff in the middle that hadn't moved yet. So if I would have slid that to the left into the flooded, the Darkhawk would have spawned center, and we'd have been 13 to 13. Yeah, the Spider Woman was good, but I could have played around it. This is the Jeff deck, right? Yeah, let's just a little bit. Oh, this one lets us play the Nebula variant too. Yeah, let's totally do this. You would have won mid because Spider Woman had to resolve first. That's not true. Would have been 13 to 13. Take a picture, go back and count. Yeah, we would have been -2 from the shark, which put us to -1, and then we're moving the shark, and then we would have been plus 14. Viper? Power Stone, sure. Is there a better Thanos deck than Thanos does? I think this is the best Thanos deck that's known at the moment. It's very, very reasonable. This is my preferred one, at least. If I just do this and then play this. Turn, I think I like it. Lose this in theory to the Nebula, I suppose. Yeah, we're good. We win the left, we win the center. Lose the right by a little bit, but that's fine. I don't understand your phrasing there, Kamoko. Maybe a language barrier? Or you're missing a word? Alright, Chalice, stand up!
Destiny will arrive.
Stretch the legs out. Rise up, gamers, rise up. Player stone out. Let's get our card draw going. This segment's sponsored by the desk. Sponsored by the desk. Sponsored by having a back over 30. You know, it's hard to say, really. There's a lot of factors that go into it. That's a unfortunate beat. Yeah, I think the motors on this one are slightly slower than the uplift I had before, but they're also a touch quieter. So it's a little bit of a trade-off. This is a good lesson in why these clutter style decks tend to only ever be B tier. They're just so bad to these Killmonger and Destroy decks. You have to hold the button the whole time. I haven't read through how to use the preset programs yet. So there's 4 different heights you can set on presets that I need to look at the manual and see how I define those.
Destiny will arrive.
know if I want to compete for Kiln. There's so many Doctor Doom decks in the format, and our deck doesn't have a way to cheat extra power into there. This is a Mr. Negative I kind of regret. Just magic, sure. I'll lock this up, and then we'll Spider-Man another path next turn. That one. We'll Spider-Man that one next turn, Chip. If you're playing for keeps, you probably snap him here before you do this. Yeah. Ha. Well then. Well then. But it's been a while since they've been on a heater.
Animated. The universe shall be set right.
Okay, that could have gone worse.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Are they Galactus?
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Sure. Big rip. Big rip. Can you explain Sakar priority? I'm pretty sure it's random. See, some of you were concerned about our Viper. You have nothing to be worried about. She's classically trained.
Victory.
I didn't have Mogwai Defends Twitter Blue as a reasonable purchase on my bingo card for today when I woke up, but apparently that's where we're at.
The universe shall be sent, right?
He's claiming it provides a tangible business benefit. So I asked him for a source or reference or thing that's showing that that's actually the case. We'll see what we get back. And then he also compared it to spending money on Marvel Snap. Which the experience and the content I'm able to produce spending money versus not is very different. And there is a very tangible, obvious difference between having spent money and the content I'm able to make it up. Maybe he has references, maybe he has numbers to back it up, but I have yet to see anything that shows a tangible, real benefit to giving $8 a month to Elon Musk. Would many people not view if you were missing a card or two? A significant amount of my initial success making Snap content is related to the fact that I had a full collection and was able to showcase a wide range of stuff. I think we're donating this across to the middle, lock him on space a little bit. We'll Daredevil over here to give us, figure out where we can Professor X next turn. Bushman, thank you for the 31 months. Welcome back. One of the things that that Twitter Blue does is it does technically make these are the impressions your tweet got bigger. But what it doesn't have a guarantee to do is there's different qualities of impressions on a site like that, right? Like, for example, I frequently end up blocking random Twitter Blue users that have been promoted into my For You feed because they're just giving me completely fucking off-topic shit I care nothing about. So, like, if I were to give Elon Musk money for the sake of getting more impressions on my content, I'm not really guaranteed to get actual meaningful benefit from that because you're not necessarily amplifying my shit to people that care about it. Like, yeah, the number went up, but like, did engagements go up? Did followers growth go up? And maybe there's metrics that show that, but I would be heavily skeptical that that is the case. I'm willing to be shown I'm wrong, but I would be skeptical that your actual meaningful things go up past just this was an impression. It's interesting in a way. I wonder if and obviously we don't appropriately regulate anything online, but the fact that Twitter Blue is a paid service that gets you more impressions on your stuff, I wonder if they should legally be like adding sponsored or promoted to all of these Twitter Blue posts to disclose that they're being paid. They're basically paying to get their shit into more places so people can more easily avoid it like ads.
The universe shall be set right.
On to the rickety bridge we go. By blowing up the rickety bridge, I think I'm giving them a space stone in the middle. I can't decide if I want my stones to clear or not. Probably not, since I have one to donate across.
Opponent snapped.
Hey, Wagon Pan, thanks for the third of a year. Welcome back. Arrogant and Galactus. Because we donated them the Space Stone. They have 4 energy this turn, and Galactus costs 5, so they can't quite Galactus me yet. I don't know. Yeah, it's just negative, and I'm punished for playing this to Tanya out. Polaris in the middle, try and lock this up. I gotta trade with left or right. I would believe that most people that are paying for Twitter Blue don't understand or have expectations of what it does that it doesn't actually do. But again, maybe there's some benefit that I'm missing. Maybe it increases your follower or engagement by some meaningful metric.
Inevitable.
Being skeptical but willing to entertain. So I could go Thanos, Power Stone, Time Stone, move Jeff, play Green Goblin. Yes, Thanos will have 30 power here when we play the other Power Stone out. The question is going to be, is 14 enough to win the middle? It might not be. So 30 power Thanos should win the left for us. Time Stone also shrinks their Hawk a little bit more. So we'll draw down to 2 cards a deck. I love playing control decks. Would you recommend this to climb right now? I think this is a fine control deck. This and the Atuma Destroyer deck, I think, are my 2 favorite location lock control decks at the moment.
I am Iron Man.
Yeah, we're gonna be a little bit short in the middle here. Twitter Blue has definitely been a useful tool in blocking people. Anytime someone posts something and it's like close, like, should I block this person? And then you see the blue check mark, you're like, yes, definitely is the answer. I think the Atuma control deck is actually a bit better climbing deck than this particular one. Because the Atuma deck has, this one gets to play Claw, and Claw is a pretty decent cube equity card. It's pretty decent at catching people off guard and getting you more than a couple of cubes here and there. The problem with that Thanos deck is that it's usually pretty apparent when your opponent can't win, so they usually just get to leave for like 1 to 2 cubes. If you haven't seen this Atuma list before, that means you're not checking out my daily highlights over on the YouTube side. Post a different deck highlight there 7 days a week. Feature this one a couple of times the last month. Claw's the king of A-cubers. Yeah, he reaches deep into their pockets and pulls them right on out. He's good at what he does. Nebula into the negative zone is interesting, because like she'll grow out of it, but if my opponent wants to play a bunch of stuff into there, they all get -3. Here. Fortunate that we don't have any of our, like, actually every card in my deck right now could have been played this turn. Just like Big Rip. Time Storm, welcome to the party. Just try and snake the middle here. Yeah, they're incentivized to play into the Nebula path again. I guess 5 cards in it. So their Hawk is either 10 or 12. My Destroyer is... My Destroyer 17. Could lose to a Hawk on the right, but I think this is our best shot to win. Destroyer left with Jeff. I mean, Destroyer left is only plus 14. That only puts us to 18. GG. I thought they'd respect the Nebula a little bit. They didn't. Yes, they couldn't afford to. Owlbear, thanks for the 7 months. Welcome back. Excited to try any particular decks with Howard tomorrow. I don't know that I'm going to play much Howard when it releases, because Kitty Pryde is coming back tomorrow, and everybody gets a copy of Kitty Pryde when she comes back. So Kitty Pryde looks like a ton of fun, and Howard the Duck looks kind of narrow. Barracuda, thank you for the brand new Prime support. Appreciate it. Sure, generally speaking, a new Series 5 card has to be pretty exciting for the video not to kind of underperform on YouTube, so we will buy Duck because I want to stay collection complete, and we'll play with it eventually, but I'm not really expecting still just doing this. So if they have to soak 5 to win the left, and if they soak 5 to win the left, 4 should win the middle. So I think we just claw. Also Gamora, I guess. Hey, congrats on making it to 100. Yeah, this was I used this deck for like our last 3 or 4 ranks this season. I think it's a very, very solid pile of cards. I was like, this deck was like close last season, and then like Nebula on top of Jeff really feel like they put it up over the top. Yeah, I think there's some interesting cherry-flavored Jubilee things to consider with Howard the Duck. And, like, Howard the Duck does give you, like... Howard the Duck is an interesting card from a snapping perspective. Because think of how many times your opponent has snapped you in this game, and your thought process is, well, if I had this card, I could stay here. But I don't have it, and I don't want to risk drawing it for an extra cube or 2 cubes or whatever. And with Howard the Duck, you could be like, oh, I can stay because I know it's on top. Or it gives you extra information to retreat with, even. Are we vibing on the 0 here? I think so, because my next card I play gets zeroed. If I draw Titania, I would like it to be her. We are playing against a Galactus gamer. Dream Dimension tends to be decent there. Am I gonna pass one more turn? Nah, I'm gonna play Jeff out. Oh wait, I just add Jeff to here, right? Sure thing. We did get the best Jeff variant. Sometimes lucky. Love his little splash. Yeah, let's just float it out. Is deck viable without Nebula and Jeff? We played it before those two cards existed, but I think they're definitely a pretty solid power level increase for it. Oh, there's just so much Galactus, chat. The Nimrod here. This ties a destroyer here, and then we win the breaker over here. And this stops Galactus from happening. Just hoping to spike the Galactus off the top. This deck, if you're part of the reason why we played this deck on my last little bit to Infinite, is the fact that I hate losing to Galactus. This deck's got a really solid Galactus matchup. Between Professor X and Cosmo and Storm and Titaniatrix. You have to put that deck in the ground a lot of the time. The matches can still be annoying, but you're definitely a favorite into it. I think this is the Thanos version, which you prefer. I think this is the better climbing deck. In large part due to the Claw. The Claw is a high cube equity card that lets you, results in you getting like more 4 and 8 cube wins with the deck. The Thanos deck is a very low cubes per game deck. Oh, our hand kind of sucks. Hoping to draw like a Natuma for next turn, so go like Natuma into the Professor. Oh, I wonder if this is they're gonna be they want to play Wong over here. If I use Galactus, that's true. There's some older highlights to be playing Galactus, but I really find the play patterns pretty dry, so generally speaking, I don't play it. I get very bored very quickly. I think I'm just hoping that 7 wins the left, that Destroyer can slam down center or right to win one of those. They are, in fact, the Odin deck. Calling Galactus dry is the nicest thing you've said about it. Yeah, I mean, you know. I don't think they beat 17 over here. And their Ironheart's already been used, so. basically never playing 0 out on 1 in this deck. You want to sequence it later to work with the Tuma. And if you're zeroing something early, it's a Titania, and you could go 0 Titania on 2. That's terrifying. It certainly is. The time is certainly up.
Escaped.
I think Nebula could be subbed for Sunspot or Iceman in this deck, or Lizard. I think your stats without Jeff probably go down a good bit. I think it's also easier to only replace one or the other of them. Because, like, Lizard's a decent replacement for either. But, like, once you have to replace both of them, like, the cards you're replacing the second one with kind of drops off in quality, if that makes sense. Jeff will be Series 4 next month, yeah. So for 4 weeks. 4 weeks from tomorrow. Loosely. It's hard to overstate how good Jeff is when your deck has both Storm and Professor X in it. It's such an incredible amount of flexibility. And honestly, the people saying that they like Daredevil in this deck, I actually really disagree that Daredevil is good in this shell. And the reason why I say that is because of things like Storm and Professor X, generally speaking, this archetype is able to, generally speaking, this archetype is able to not need the information from Daredevil because you make pretty informed decisions based on how you've restricted the rest of the board. It's a large shock. I think we're dead. Yes, Darkhawk, Sentry, Null, and Surfer hit S3 tomorrow. Doesn't everyone have Nebula? Your view of what the average player has is a little bit skewed from watching games on a stream like this one, because more people towards the top are going to be spending on games like this. But on average, no. Most people that play this game, like most free-to-play games, don't spend money.
Opponent snapped.
I think we're dead. I think most of these New York permutations break in a way that's good for them. Maybe I'm not. Maybe they can't get more into the flooded, and Destroyer middle just puts them in the ground. Because Nebula's gonna go to 17 over there. I don't think they're a Rock Slide deck. Obviously they could surprise us, but like they have Beast and they have Bass, so I don't think Rock Slide's in their range. Yeah, maybe I'm supposed to stay there because of the Nebula trigger. I wasn't thinking about the fact that we were gonna go up to 17 on the right. Yeah, I think we're actually supposed to stay Slam Destroyer. Yeah, I think their Hawk is kept. I'm like, obviously they could have Rock Slide, but again, I don't think you're supposed to play around it there. I just assumed we were going to lose the tiebreaker, but where was it going to be a tiebreaker because... Legba, thank you for the 5 months of Prime. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Yo. I guess we'll armor up middle, and then we can drop Natuma there. Monka Infinite. Hell shit. I think we're Storm into Gamora. And then hoping that we peel Claw to win the right with Claw. We'll play for left and right here. Hey, Kevners. Thanks for the 3rd of a year. Welcome back. It's a shame we didn't have this last turn. If we would have had this last turn, I would have gone a 2-man to Professor X here, but Storm into Gamora should still get the job done, I'd wager. The Claw. Remember, their Nightcrawler can still move here, so they're not locked in on the right. Okay, so on one hand, that's a Dracula, but on the other hand, they've already played Infinite out. If they have a hammer plus a 12 power thing, they could get us. We could obviously also lose to the Dracula and the Flooded. They have like a Giganto.
Mjolnir, to me.
Ah, what a close game. They had 3 cards in hand, one of which was certainly Chavez. They hadn't played Magneto yet either, so there's a good chance we were 2/3 to lose that. Could have had like Magneto or Giganto for the last one. Hey, Bean Sallow, thanks for dropping off your Prime again. Appreciate it. Welcome back. Everybody's weekend was great. Gonna be live today for another couple hours. I'm planning to be on until about 3 p.m. Central. And then tomorrow, we're gonna start about our normal time and then probably run a little bit later. If the patch comes as expected with Kitty Pride, we're probably gonna have a long stream tomorrow.
Escaped.
We do anything with the family for Mother's Day? Nothing too fancy, just like cook breakfast together. Had some friends over. Again, no rush to play Zero out here. Even if we decide we're going Zero into Titania on turn 2, we can still use that with our energy. There's a small downside if we draw exactly Nebula here, but I think on average, just waiting here is fine. Oh yeah, Christy played her character to level 20 in the D4 beta, so she could get whatever the pre-release stuff was on there for when it releases. Do I have somewhere in the Discord with decks I played or a kitty with? No, I'm planning to sit down tonight and do that. Tomorrow, because everybody's getting a copy of Kitty for free, I'm going to do a top Kitty Pride decks video. Because I think since everybody's getting the card, that'll probably perform okay.
Wind aid my hand.
She actually didn't get a chance to defeat the world boss. She did not realize that it was on a timer. And I wasn't paying enough attention to know either, because I'm not really worried about cosmetics. Julk, thanks for the half a year. Well? The Destroyer does not hit face down cards, which is weird and kind of inconsistent compared to some other interactions like Kingpin destroying face down cards.
Opponent snapped.
Let's play a game. Adam. Okay, we're only up by 2 here. This puts us up to 22. So they need to beat us by 3 to win here. If they beat us by 3, they would have to go to 25, meaning they have to add 11. So we're beating a Chavez. How big's our deck? We're beating a Hawk too. We're losing to Iron Man. GG. And we were unfortunately missing Jeff there. Some people have been playing Iron Man in the bounce deck so they can play Mystique to copy Hawk as well. I think in general that tends to be worse, especially in a post-Enchantress change world, but it's definitely not uncommon. One of those things where it's like when it happens, you're like, yeah, that's a thing, but it's not like super surprising. Oh, this is lovely. I get to go storm into Nebula here in the middle. Hey, Vicaroo, thanks for the 6 months. Welcome back.
Wind aid my hand.
Going second here means I could do this, which is kind of nice.
Opponent snapped.
They could be like Professor Xing the left, I guess. Kind of looks like a Shuri deck though. Confirmed. I guess we're probably dead to the average big Shuri thing here, huh? This looks like a traditional, like, Red Skull Shuri deck. They can float She-Hulk Taskmaster. Yeah, I'm just leaving. They're taking too much time. Cosmo beats no Taskmaster. Well, I'm not winning the flooding. So, like, I have to win the flooding or win here. So, I agree. Cosmo means we probably win the Superflow denying Taskmaster, but... Wow, they didn't play into the... I guess I should have waited. They were taking long because their hand was shit, apparently. Alright. I don't know. The games don't mean a whole lot, and I was bored, so... People play so slow. Our way towards our next claw split. It's pretty good in gold. Slide old Jeffy boy into the Stark Tower. Honestly, really clean curve here, huh? Just like Jeff, Armor, Natuma, Claw. Just all right on the tower.
Wind, aid my hand.
Yeah, I think we just do this, right? And then we assume that this wins the left and that Destroyer plus Claw wins mid.
All systems go.
Oh, they're the on-reveal deck. That makes sense. So this should be good to go, because we're losing at the moment. Gross! rogue, chat. Monka rogue. Oh, wait, I fucked up. Oh, I autopiloted. All right, my deck won the game, chat, but I fucked it up. Gamora plus Titania is more points here. Gamora and Titania won the game. And we didn't have priority, so Gamora and Titania is 2 more. They're 17 versus 15. That's on me. We deserve that fat L. Would also have the flexibility to move Jeff mid. Yeah, that's something to think about. I don't know if that's right, because we do need stats on the left in case they play something big there, but yeah, it would also give us the flexibility to move Jeff mid. It's a good take. That's funny. So one of the things that Elon changed on Twitter when he added Twitter Blue is he disabled the ability to mass block people because people were mass blocking people who bought Twitter Blue. So the blocker script that I used updated itself so it adds the people that you want to mass block to a queue and then slowly blocks them over a couple of minutes to get around it. God bless automation, chat. Necessity breeds innovation. Yeah, exactly. Great Cosmo on the left. Shut down any Viper or Beast or whatever here. And we should definitely press the button before we do that. Our curve's actually absurd here. We have to go Cosmo into here, Atuma into Necrosha, Claw into here, or Claw left potentially, and then Destroyer somewhere as well. Hood doesn't necessarily mean Killmonger. A lot of Hood decks are like Beast Bounce and stuff like that. In my experience. It's not like Nova. Nova is typically indicative of Killmonger. Hood is a wider output range, I think. I worked at Microsoft for a bit, and we built a bot that automated most of our job, and our bosses never knew it. Yeah, so, I did data reporting on what they called risk and issue management when I worked at a Fortune 50 company for a little bit after grad school. And I eventually took over what had previously been 2 different people's workloads because I was just automating everything that they did. And by the time that I knew I was gonna put in my notice, I just like stopped asking for more work because I knew like I was gonna be leaving. I didn't want to take more on if I was gonna be leaving. And when I left, they were like, Jeff, we don't know what we're gonna do without you. And I was just like, I only work like 7 hours a week, people. You'll figure it out. Don't read the documentation I left and you'll be fine, I promise. There's a good lad. There's a good lad. He's such a good little shark. To everybody that keeps asking, can you replace Jeff in this deck? You can, but you shouldn't. You should buy Jeff. He's really good. I had 2 full-time jobs for a little bit because I automated through both of them. That's great. One even knew about the other, but the work got done, so they didn't care. God bless. Oh, yeah, I bet they thought the debris was going to kill it too, man. They forgot about the Cosmo. That's probably what happened there. Weird hand. We don't have any. We lost all of our 5s and 6s. Ooh, that's a piece of candy. I'll let to go 0 into Natuma on the Sinister. I do not think Lad is a card that I would prioritize picking up if I was someone with limited resources. It's like a fun, neat card, but not super powerful. You can automate a job until you work a few hours a day. How do you kill time in the office? I took a lot of walks. Got my exercise in. Dicked around on the internet like you're currently doing here in Twitch chat. Some are us in time zones where it doesn't work. That's true. The EU people here, unless you're working second shift, you're home. Not having priority here kind of sucks, because it means I can't catch the rock slide with the Cosmo. I'm gonna try and tee up Titania into Professor X on the left here, I think. Interesting, they decided to play for here. This gives us priority though, right? Because the Sentinel dies and my Nebula gets bigger. Jeff could be automated right now and we'd never know it. My job is one that's a little bit more difficult to automate. We'll see. They're trying to get AIs to replace like scriptwriters and stuff, but I think those are still real far off of that. It's my best draw here. 0. Duma. They moon girled, meaning they probably have another dino. Probably supposed to leave here most of the time. This Gamora is only 14, so we're only going to 17 here in the middle. Yeah. Dino and Hawk. Even 0 is not good enough. Is he in the new AI video editing? That I've not seen. That seems like something that a AI/computer could be. It could be good at though, potentially. Tedious tasks are the types of things that you really want computers to automate. Things that can be done procedurally. Patch on reset. No, patches happen early morning US time. Sometime tomorrow morning. Happy Monday, Jeff. I'll have a witty comment for month 60, promise. Well, thank you for the 59 months and the absurdly generous tier 3. Aura Talk, welcome back. Ooh, that's be skinny. Guards. First time ever, I've already unlocked all of the Series 4 cards dropping to 3. Yep. And the Titania is still 0. That comes back to our hands. We've got a 5 power, 1 energy thing we can use on repeat here. Maybe another blue marble is a big deal, though. It's a large land. Does Galactus destroy Professor X locations? He does, yep.
Wind, aid my hand.
They look like ongoing destroyer. Maybe the Colossus is weird, but Blue Marvel is Blue Marvel's not a super common card in the ongoing destroyer deck. Maybe some kind of Shauna brew. But Colossus is throwing. They could be like a Spectrum go wide deck, maybe. They're not Thanos, right? No. Yeah, Ultron could be in their range. Again, like the Colossus is the one that's really throwing me. When you're looking at like one of these things is not like the others. Like this is the one that kind of stands out in what do we have going on here? Okay, so what happens if they Blue Marvel middle? Their Blue Marvel middle will be 4, 5, 6, 7 up to 20, so Claw is winning. What happens if they Spectrum middle? They Spectrum middle, she's 6, plus 6 is 25, and I'm only going to 23. We do lose the Spectrum, unfortunately, and they know the Claw is there, so I think we just assume that they're on Spectrum and bounce.
Escaped.
I think they're on a Spectrum deck. Yes, series downgrades happen with the patch every 4 weeks. Null, Darkhawk, Surfer, and Sentry will hit Series 3. Is this a Jeff deck? It's not. Could be. I want to play a little bit of this. I don't know that Jeff is optimal in here, but I'm gonna slide him in because I need Jeff boosters. I'm gonna put him in over Iceman.
Destiny will arrive.
Sit down for a little bit. Need to figure out the presets for tomorrow's stream, so I gotta sit there and push the button. Speaking of automation. Cosmo's so sad. That Claw are pretty medium, but obviously want to get Iron Ledge trigger. stone, sure. The center location's not going anywhere. We'd like to draw a copy of Claw if possible. Man, I almost played Wasp out in the middle too.
I am Iron Man.
That's a good one, chat. That's a good one. Am I supposed to play around them having a claw? Probably. I think we can afford to with the Iron Man on the left. Whoa, they bailed? They have an Iron Man of their own? How are they beating Iron Man on info otherwise? Ooh. Does that get us? Holy crap, close. Breaker, breaker, give me the news. I got 6 points over you.
The universe shall be set right.
Soul Stone is worth 5 power and a Power Stone's 3, correct? Yeah, it's conditional 5, but its ceiling is 5, yeah. Power Stones are conditional plus 10. Kind of. It's not plus 10 in its own path, right? Which is an important distinction.
Escaped.
I'm gonna head out, okay? Peace.
Destiny will arrive.
Turn 1 Llanowar Elves, turn 2 Lockjaw. Love to see it. Ideally, this Mind Stone draws us Reality Stone, so we can get rid of Asgard. Damn it, Bobby! Oh! Oh, that low-key works, right? Because that means that we stay tied here, and nobody gets it, which is fine, because drawing cards isn't even useful for me at this point. Or wait, is that not true? Is that wrong? Cards do flip up this turn. This was her last turn. Yeah, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Ignore the man behind the curtain. Jordan, thanks for the 5 months. Welcome back. Yes, they even made the Ramstone green. I think they knew what they were doing there. Should we have Space Stone last turn to move the Claw Lad? I don't think so. I think I wanted to like, because if I would have done that, I wouldn't have been able to play a 5, and I think I'd rather play a 5 into a 5 plus a 1 here. Yeah, we're currently tying the right. Yikes. Wait, do we win the middle? What a... I know I say what a close game a lot, but that one certainly counts. A win by inches here. Excess, thanks for the 7 months. You think Lad will have a must-have card or a circle replaceable? I think Lad's like a C plus B minus card. It's fine, but it's not really defining in most decks that play it. Like I think the only deck we've really played where I would be like, you can't replace Iron Lad or you're making the deck a good bit worse is like the cheeky Quicksilver deck that we built. And even that, right? Like it's a Quicksilver deck. It's like not anything super competitive. It's mostly for fun. More of a meme than a dream. The longer the stream gets, the more Iron Lad drops in tears. Okay, so I think we time stone here on 2 still, and we chill on the Space Stone, because then on 3 we could go Lockjaw Space Stone. High Evolution releases a week from tonight. Hey, thanks for the quarter of a euro trade. Welcome back. Elon Musk stands have brainworms, chat. It's like the only possible conclusion I can draw. Elon posted over the weekend that when he meant free speech, he only meant free speech that's allowed by governments to justify the fact that he was caving to censorship from the Turkish government's requests. Some shitters in my mentions telling me I don't understand what free speech means. All right, bud. Maybe you keep trying. Maybe someday Daddy Elon will love you. So not free speech, correct. What you have to understand, chat, is when Elon Musk said he was a free speech advocate, what he actually meant was he's an alt-right bigoted piece of shit, and previous Twitter policies banned the types of hateful speech he wanted to use on the platform. So it was never about actual freedom of speech. It was about being allowed to be a piece of shit on Twitter. Because that's what he really cared about. Man, reality sucks in this game just as much as real life, as we can no longer Professor X the Strange Academy. I guess we're doing this into this, but I'm not excited about it. What did the government of Turkey try and censor on Twitter? A bunch of shit. For reference, Twitter self-reports how often they respond to government censorship requests. And before Elon Musk, they complied with approximately 50% of government censorship requests on their platform, government takedown requests. And post Elon Musk, Twitter has complied with close to 80% of government takedown requests. By and large, requests from right-leaning fascist-like governments. Because that's actually fascism, chat. The government taking down your speech is the actual definition of that. Yes, Wikipedia took the Turkish government to their Supreme Court and won, rather than caving like Elon did, because they actually give a shit about free speech. Professor X stops lockjaw effect. He does, yeah, nobody in or out. There's no world where this wins the game, right? We'll do it for a cube. Why not? I believe that was not the blue Marvel I wanted for Christmas, chat. It was not the blue Marvel I wanted for Christmas. Whoo! Got him anyways! Got him. Hey, where did the Cyclops come from? There was a Camp Lehi here, I think. For anybody that's new to the channel, by the way, welcome. And Lazy Kid, welcome back. Thanks for the 16 months. Darling Sensei, thanks for the half a year. As you could probably tell from our Elon Musk conversation here, we're what you could call left-leaning on this channel. And we talk about politics and stuff on occasion in addition to playing Marvel Snap every day, Monday through Friday. If you're into that sort of thing, tap the follow button and come back again. If you're not into that sort of thing, there's plenty of other Snap channels that are just Snap all the time. Bell Stampede, thank you for the primer. Appreciate it. Any decks you like with the addition of Iron Lad? I don't know that Iron Lad really makes anything playable that wasn't already playable. Like this core here, for example, is a Thanos deck that are like already been around the fringes of the format for a little bit. It didn't like appear suddenly because of Iron Lad. Woohoo! Iron Lad's feeling a little fishy, chat. The fact that he doesn't splash when I move him is a big letdown, though.
Opponent snapped.
Hey, Trick, thanks for the sub gifts. It's very generous of you. Happy Monday. Oh, they're snapping because Dracula, I think. Do I just Professor X the right now? That's fucking cheating, chat. They got Iron Fist off the hub? That ain't right. That ain't right. Huh. I think the play to win line is this. If I was staying here, we're probably supposed to leave. But I think if we're staying, we do this. To try and be bigger than Dracula.
Victory. The universe shall be set right.
Okay, I would like some of our cheaper cards, please. Bird? I think the literal only thing that might marginally impact the Jeff versus Iron Lad discussion is Iron Lad is going to be 6,000 tokens for a month longer than Jeff because they're from different months. So Jeff will be half price a month from tomorrow, whereas Iron Lad will be half price 2 months from tomorrow. But in general, I think Jeff the Shark is a much more versatile and flexible card. You will get more playtime, I think, out of this card on average than Iron Lad. I also think Jeff is less replaceable than Iron Lad is. I think most Iron Lad decks, you could probably sub him out and be like, yeah, this is fine. Hey, Ursa Kinnis, thank you for the brand new prime, appreciate it. Is Jeff the best shooter up in stat right now? Yeah, I think that's almost assuredly the case. Very strong. This kind of hedges both. Deck has 10 cards in it, though, is the problem. I feel like we're gonna get Darkhawked in the middle. Either way. Darkhawk, right, sure, makes sense too. Best one drop is Nebula. I think the best one drop is a little bit more up for dispute, and Kitty Pryde is going to change the dynamic tomorrow too, so it's not even worth fighting over too much. Next drop is tomorrow if the patch goes out as expected. Go Dennis, every time we have a patch every 4 weeks. Go lead on Soulstone. I want to hold Reality Stone in case we need to fix one of these 2 locations.
Live from the Daily Bugle.
There's a new card come out at changeover tomorrow with the patch tomorrow. So Howard the Duck technically releases tonight, but he's probably gonna be like a non-release. Like I don't know that anybody's chomping at the bit to play with Howard the Duck. Kraken Doll, thank you for the almost 4 years. Welcome back. Good to have you around again. The real release is Kitty coming back to the game tomorrow. None of the Cerebro 5 decks we tried seemed very good. Hopefully Silk could change that next month though. Electro. I don't think they're Galactus with the Jubilee. I almost want to play Blue Marvel and spread out. Oh, you know what could be fun with their Zola? What if I go Blue Marvel here and then move Iron Lad here and then Zola my Blue Marvel across? I'm gonna leave that option on the table. Let's see what they do. All right, I don't know if this is the correct play, but it's the gas play, so I'm gonna do it. The best bounce deck. Yeah, there's a bounce deck highlight up on the YouTube channel for not too long ago. Today I'm just playing Jeff decks. I don't think Jeff belongs in the bounce decks. I want bounce boosters. Oh, I said 3 Blue Marbles. It's actually only 2, but that's still fine, I think. Well, High Evolutionary's effect shuffle your deck. I don't know that that's relevant, right? Because it happens before the game. Bot, dip it dop, these doom bots, whipping up some doom bots. Really love the doom. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so there was some confusion on how Howard the Duck is going to work. Howard the Duck isn't really like an activated ability like it kind of read at first. Howard just always has whatever the top card of your deck is displayed behind him. Kind of like how Debris would have a rock behind her or Hood would have a demon behind him. And the tap on him is just letting you know you need to zoom in on the card to see what's behind him. So I mean, it's kind of like in the deck editor, right? So like when Howard's in play, the top card of your deck will be behind him like this that you can click over and see. Behind it. People always compare it to the Watcher, but the Watcher's different. So the Watcher, you can click on the locations to see the locations. You're not actually clicking on this card. Duck, my understanding of how it's going to work is it'll be like a card that has related cards behind it. You'll be like, okay, there's a duck here. What? This is the top card of my deck here underneath it.
Destiny will arrive.
I'm pretty sure they showed Howard in one of the preview videos, right? Am I wrong? I make it up. I feel like I saw that somewhere, but I don't have a link off it. They showed that in the preview, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm not crazy. I mean, I am crazy, but I'm also right. That could have gone worse. Goose is actually pretty good against us. Our deck's got some chonk in it. We like to draw like Lockjaw to play over here.
Wind, aid my hand.
Ooh, they're really locking us out here, huh?
Opponent snapped.
Think I'm vibing? I think I'm vibing. Don't want to commit to moving Jeff this turn. So I think I have 6 energy this turn because of the time stone. This is a graphical bug on my thing. So I think I onslaught this turn, and then next turn we leave the flexibility to Marvel plus Reality Stone, moving Jeff wherever seems profitable. Because they could be soaking on Sunspot here. This is bad into wave, I guess, though. Hey, Phantom, thank you for the 44 months. Welcome back. Oh, rip. It's a world where this wins the game. Says local man about to lose to Dr. Doom. Wait, does this beat their Dr. Doom? This does, yeah? No, I lose the right. Yeah. Rough. Oh, if I would have put Jeff middle, would we have won? No, we'd have been a little bit short. A little bit short.
The universe shall be set right.
Woo! We're waiting until turn 2 to do this so I can play a Claw or Professor X on turn 3. Probably Professor X, I like gambling. What do we think about Reality Stoning this turn? I think I like it. We've gotten a ton of value out of this and they haven't. Turns out doing nothing until you Sandman on 4, not quite so good. Not quite so good. The Cat's deck from a few. What's the... Give me a reminder, Wildman Brain. Cat's deck isn't ringing a bell for me. Oh, the Tiger Panther deck. Yeah, I think the honor we've talked about that one earlier because we queued into it. I think the honor reveal deck's like pretty underappreciated. I think it punches like solidly above its weight class. Playing this out because I don't want to miss a draw, but I don't think I want to fill in either of these. Maybe I'm supposed to play it middle because it's 3 power long term. I'm probably not filling Stark Tower. Well, thanks to Cosmo, I can play this on curve. Iron Man at the Stark Tower seems appropriate.
I am Iron Man. All systems go.
Our Dino's only 13. I don't think we can compete left or right here.
Escape.
All right, we've played most of the decks I've got Jeff slotted into. Speaking of tier lists and stats, let's kick over to Untapped and do some peeping for some deck lists here, huh? See if there's any that I'm missing here. Their search tools are really fantastic. So you can search for Jeff the Shark here. And I'm looking at 70. I'm including infinite data in here too, because I wouldn't mind decks that are just like more fun than good. You can scroll through. This is interesting. Actually, just like almost stock pre-nerf Shuri with Jeff the Shark in it. That's kind of an impressive number there, huh? She was such a good nerf. The card was so good. Quake enjoyers having fun. Ooh, we could try some Surfer. Surfer's a fun archetype. There are a couple of Surfer builds here. Oh, this is a oh, neither of these are Sarah builds, actually. That's interesting. Yeah, Professor X Surfer with Jeff is super cheeky. I don't know that I buy Iceman is better. I don't know that I buy Iceman is better than Nova in here. But it's another generic, pretty generically good card. Some people doing some Orca gaming in the Destroyer Shell. Respect. Is that an interesting take on the Dracula core? The Dracula Zoo deck? They're playing like Moon Girl, She-Hulk, but also Dracula. I don't think I've seen... Let's give this a try. I don't think I've played Moon Girl, She-Hulk with Dracula before. We got Infinite in there too. So, my understanding from people who have played a lot of the Stature Black Bolt deck is that, hold on 1 second. Drachulk. My understanding of the Stature deck with Iron Lad versus not is that Iron Lad with Doctor Doom makes you better in the mirror, but worse against the field. And the reason for that is to fit those cards in, you're often cutting your copies of like tech cards, but tech cards are bad in the mirror, but they're good against a lot of other things you'll play into. Hey, look, chat, we found a use for the rocks. Chill, our hand's pretty solid. Despite the subterranean. Does Jeff or anyone else create a rule of thumb on playing stones to draw more cards, or is it good to hold? It really just depends. There really aren't hard and fast rules. Ooh, that's a piece of candy. I think my initial assessment on Iron Lad's pretty spot on. It's like a fun, neat build-around card that is by no means the you have to play this card that people kept selling it as. My understanding of locations is that the locations do not impact each other. They are random with the asterisk that some locations are more likely to appear than others. Yeah, I think we're dead here. I'm curious to see if this Infinite ever feels useful outside of exactly Dracula games. Like, are there games where we're actually playing it out? Yeah, I guess we could technically Kang there, but if it just feels like it's so likely to be a play Kang, look at their turn, retreat. Like, I'm trying to envision what they could be playing that we're like not just retreating there. Forgetting to Kang retreat, yeah, exactly. It's like, well, yeah, trying to fit magic into here could be a worthwhile thing to consider for sure. the She-Hulk double up style stuff. Well, that's exactly what Dracula wants to see, right, chat? A bunch of sentinels in my hand? Yeah, the Kang turn essentially never happens, chat. It's the TLDR. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. There's a very reasonable chance that this build's just like a worse version of the She-Not build. That goes around a little bit. She-Hulk infinite magic decks like an established archetype. Well, we definitely want to Kang. I don't think we can win the game though. I guess I can play these two center. All right.
Escape.
Which card counter does Jeff use? I'm using the untapped tracker, or color nose. They are easily the best UI interface you will find for any card tracker. A lot of the other ones are functional, but their UIs are very clunky. Not quite as crisp as this one. All right, back to the Jeff deck drawing board. I'm gonna keep scrolling here, looking for some gems. And actually, this is something that's nice about Untapped. I can tell it to exclude some cards in here. So like, let's pull Stature out and eliminate those piles. And scroll. The other ones I want to avoid. I can pull out Galactus. I'm not going to play any of those. Please and thank you. Stats on that one are pretty solid. What do you mean by cube stats? Like stats for the current deck that you're playing, zombie, or something else? I don't know, when you say cube stats, that doesn't translate to anything that I mean. Oh, it's been so long since I played Dr. Octopus, I haven't green bordered him. Or, sorry, yellow bordered him. Jeff can go in a lot of decks, so. Saying we're only playing Jeff decks, it doesn't really limit us too much. It's a pretty generically good 2-drop. Exactly that. See, I don't really want that. Like, I don't want real-time stats for my decks on my tracker. It's just like clutter.
Animated.
Are you aware that Untapped has individual deck stats on their website now? Sometimes I pull those up, but those just like aren't something that I need to see like on the actual deck tracker. Or I want information that's just about the current game. Maybe if they have like a tab or something on the desktop app, but usually the website seems fine for that. Opening my caches when High Evo release. I'll open them tonight after what's it called drops. Howard the Duck. It's my gal. Yes, downgrades happen with the patch. I would not recommend anyone that's not a massive whale by Howard. My initial estimate of Howard is that it will probably be fringe playable, but also will likely be the worst card release that's happening for the next month and a half. I think High Evo, Living Tribunal, and all of the June cards are probably more playable and interesting than Howard will end up being. No copies of... What's it called? No copies of Sunspot in this build. An interesting choice. Is Living Tribunal gonna be pretty playable? I mean, it's probably more playable than Howard the Duck. And then us having priority here lets Dr. Octopus make their Modok embarrassing. My Dr. Octopus brings all the cards to the yard. Morning US time for the patch. No real set schedule. Like late morning Pacific, typically. Odin, spicy. They actually weren't Modocking. Oh, they were setting up for a big one next turn. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals. We got him. Got him! Love me a good fair Dr. Octopus. He's such a good lad.
Victory.
Drops happen with the patch. They are not an automated process. Eventually, drops should happen with the rollover when a new card releases, when they have their technology there, is my understanding. My understanding of Second Dinner's eventual goal is that each week you'll have a new card released to 5, and then one card will go down to 4, and one card will go down to 3. Thereabouts. But currently, in order to move cards between series, they have to patch the client with the way their tech stack is set up. That's not currently an option for them. Patch leaks are pretty uncommon. We had the one where it was, I think a Korean site, was it? Leaked them early because it was like set to auto-publish and the date got pushed back, but other than that, it's kind of rare to get actual leaks. Is Wave going to change? Speculated. One of the Second Dinner devs hinted that Wave changes were coming. Without specifics, I would like to debris your Wong. Yes, I completely agree. I think weekly series drops will be a big thing for the game, because when weekly series drops start happening, it means that not just whales buying the latest card will get a new card every week. Most people will get a new card each week if there's something dropping each week. I mean, box will I open with a patch drop. I only have like 30 this time, so I haven't been buying nearly as many credits. In fact, the only reason I have 30 is because I finally got a Jeff variant in my shop, so I bought credits so I can split my Jeff variant as many times as possible. No ET on the weekly drop feature. It's not even in the coming soon, so just things they want to do eventually. The only like feature style things, there's 3 feature style things that we know are coming in the pseudo short term. Conquest mode is supposed to be coming. PC widescreen UI is supposed to be coming, and then starting to implement some smart variant shop features are supposed to be coming. Conquest. My understanding is both Conquest and Conquest as well as the PC UI are supposed to be this summer, so like next patch or the patch after. Your bigger She-Hulk variant I'm waiting for. There's a Peach Momoko She-Hulk variant that I would really like. It's unreleased at the moment. There's a Jeff the Land Shark plushie coming out in June for $25. I'm gonna need a source on that one. Please and thank you. How we win this game? This in the middle, I guess. Like we're actually losing the path to like Patriot Mystique to their one Iron Lad. It's kind of funny in a sad sort of way. The Marvel bot split. No, it's just got a border effect that's hard to see at a glance. Oh no! Why, Rock? Why? Probably because we didn't put Enchantress in our deck. Thanks. Appreciate the person that linked that, chat. It just kind of looks like a... I guess he doesn't have any super defining features that make him different from other sharks, but he does, it is just kind of just a shark plushie, right? There's nothing Marvel or Jeff specific. Oh, I guess he does have legs, that's true. That's fair. Land sharks have legs. I've just spent so much time looking at Jeff the card. In my mind, he's just a normal shark, chat. Of course all the sharks have legs like Jeff. Slide to the right. Patriot deck again. Where is our Enchantress now? Honestly, I feel like with Doc Ock and Gamora and Demon, I could probably swap this Shang-Chi for Enchantress. It's probably not a terrible thing to be doing. Tried plant-based fish fillets. You know, I haven't. Blue Marvel actually makes Doc Ock a little bit worse, because it means if we pull in a Mystique, they have something to copy. Oh, Mojo. Mojo's in the Isle of Silence, too. Not that we were close to winning this. Yeah, okay. I don't know that Enchantress gets us out of these games, but definitely would have been better here.
Escape.
Swap that tech card before we play a few more. These junk decks are, like, ones I, like, always desperately want to be good, but they just, like, consistently come up short. They're just so clunky in key spots. Viper? Viper? A ghost gamer. All right, you've got my attention. It's one turn late here. We do this. And this Daredevil gives us some solid information to do with this debris here. We'll see what they're doing, but this debris might lock up lefty and center here. Because we're up by 5 here, meaning if they don't play something here, we can afford for Nebula to trigger twice. I don't think they're a Killmonger deck. They're playing Nebula. Fuck it, YOLO. Fuck it, YOLO.
Friendly neighborhood
Spider-Man resolves, as you will. Obviously, there's cards we lose to here, but I don't really expect cards we lose to be in their output range. Yeah, maybe Hazmat, Luke Cage, I think are like the one card I could maybe see them playing because of Ghost. Giving respect. Wong and Iron. I don't think so. Like again, like Blue Marvel, Wong, Ironheart, stuff like that. Like there's obviously like a short list of Marvel Snap cards that beat us here. But when you're thinking about should I be staying in a game or should I be leaving in a spot like this, it's not just about thinking about the raw number of cards that beat you. It's about thinking about the number of cards that beat you that their deck is also likely to have from the information that you can see here. And I think the Hazmat callout is a good one because Hazmat is a card that expressly has synergy with Ghost. So, like, that would be like the one card that I'd be like, okay, like that's maybe worth considering leaving over here. But even that is like, could go either way. Asking why my opponent didn't leave here. Chat, we're infinite. The cubes are made up. The ranks don't matter. Honestly, winning cubes is sometimes detrimental. TLSG is another content creator. They know that having games that play through to completion is good for YouTube highlights, so they probably figured if I was recording one of those, they were going to give me a full game ending. So shout out to them. I'm gonna throw Daredevil out actually, just in case I have room to play him out on curve. I would love to shove this in the middle. I believe TLSG had commented that his day job picked up in terms of demands recently, so he had to put streaming on the back burner a little bit. Because YouTube's definitely his primary platform in addition to having a day job, so if something's gotta take a backseat for him, it's gotta be Twitch. And a laundry basket that's always full. Ain't that one we can all relate to. Hey, Chez, thank you for the almost 3.5 years. Welcome back. Should we snap? I don't know that we're capable of winning this game, chat. Like, I know they lost Hela, but our deck's, like, really not good against big things. Like, I can't reasonably play Dr. Octopus against a Hela deck, right? And, like, the rest of my hand is, like, kind of mediocre. Where's your Shang-Chi now, Hogland? Yeah, like, I guess this is, like, close to good enough to stay, but honestly, if we're not infinite, I'm probably leaving here. We just, like, lose to any, like, Hulk or Magneto at this spot. Yeah. Alright, I think I'm ready to go back to scrolling for Jeff decks, because these junk decks are just not great. Any spice hiding in the rack? We could grab Surfer. Why Jeff decks? I finally got a Jeff variant and I want to farm boosters on him today. It's been a while since I played Sarah Control. Well, I don't know that Jeff's a great card in there. Yeah, we haven't played Surfer in a hot second. Maybe we'll do that. I like Surfer decks, generally speaking. That was a 1,200 gold Jeff variant. I think I like the look of this Daredevil Professor X one, especially since we have Jeff, and I'm gonna grab, I think I'm gonna swap this Iceman for Nova. Got 15 Jeff boosters, so we need 30 to split him, and then 90 more, or 30 to get him to, or 15 to get him to gold, then 90 more to get him split. Between 105. Probably not gonna get that today. Appreciate everybody hanging out today, by the way. Great to have around 2,000 people here for some Marvel Snapping this afternoon. My little Twitch tracker here says we've had almost 50 new follows. Welcome to folks that are dropping by to the channel for the first time. My name is Jeff Hoagland. I stream full-time here on Twitch, doing primarily Marvel Snap with occasionally other strategy or card games sprinkled in here or there. You can find me here Monday through Friday during the week. Usually go live about 9 a.m. Central, and I stay live till about 3 or 4 p.m. Central. It's currently 2:20 p.m. for those that aren't familiar. Before I did Marvel Snap, I streamed Magic the Gathering and other card games and stuff here on the platform. I've been streaming here for close to a decade, with it being my full-time job for the last 5 years or so. Make some surfers. I played Legends of Runeterra. Have I played Legends of Runeterra is one of my most amusing questions when people ask me about my past content, because people asking me have I played Legends of Runeterra means that those people don't realize that I spent almost 6 months doing primarily Runeterra content. Which, the reason why I stopped was not even people that play Runeterra really watch Runeterra content. It's just not a very good parsable game in terms of content metrics. So yeah, I think Runeterra's core game loop's pretty reasonable. It's just got a lot going on. It's very busy, which makes it hard for a lot of people to approach. They have 2 hammers here. It was not the Killmonger I wanted for Christmas. 2 hammers means that they're plus 12 in the middle, which probably means I lose. They're plus 12 on the left too. Like I'm gonna go plus 8 here up to 22, but if they're plus 12, they're up to, yeah. That mounts.
Escape.
Gotta go right now. Jeff was playing Runeterra by sub-length ago, yep. Gosh, has it been that long? 32 months? Whew. All the lines, they blur. They all blur eventually. I'll probably save them so we can open them first thing on stream tomorrow morning. I know people like to watch that stuff. And I don't have quite as many as last time, but there's still a few of them hanging out. Pixel Iceman. Yeah, we've done a bunch of card games over the years. Magic, Mythgard, Hex TCG, Runeterra. Magic the Gathering Online. I left because you were drawing 2 hammers, Vinar. Or did your hand size not let you actually draw the hammers? I guess I wasn't paying attention to that. Maybe that was the case. That's on Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Is one of the handful of card games I actually haven't played. Well, we lost the coin flip on priority here, but Professor X means we still beat Galactus. That's nice. Out of all the card games out there, which one is most like Marvel Snap? So, part of the reason why I think Marvel Snap has found the success that it enjoys is in large part due to the fact that there aren't a lot of other card games out there where I'm like, yes, this game is like Marvel Snap. Marvel Snap does a lot of very unique things in a good way. The main downgrade should happen with tomorrow's patch, Wheatley. Patch every 4 weeks. Space Stone, Time Stone, Killmonger. Beating Magneto, the question is this going to be enough to win over here with Killmonger and Surfer? Might be. I mean, when I say there's nothing else like Marvel Snap, it has nothing to do with the Marvel IP. Like, other than being like a casual MCU film fan, I don't really have an attachment to the MCU. Or Marvel IP. We'll win mid. No, the Space Stone means they can slide Killmonger over, is the problem. And my Juggernaut, unfortunately... My Juggernaut unfortunately got Iceman, so I can't play it and another one. So I have to hope that this is good enough. Do I play board games? Yeah, occasionally. My wife collects board games, so there's a ton of them in my office. Should I Surfer mid? Oh, yeah, that's a good call. Surfer left is wrong. If we lose by that, we'll see. Oh my gosh, am I gonna lose to that? I think we're gonna lose to that, chat. We'd have won if we played Surfer mid. We'd have tied, and then we'd have won the breaker. Good shout, good shout. Surfer should be +3 again. I disagree. I think Surfer's in a pretty good spot. Surfer mid tied the left and won the round. Won the game. We're up on the breaker. Replacement for Max. You can play Swordmaster in that slot. Zabu versus Surfer is kind of what year is it moment. Max is good for Mike's game. I think I need to get my Surfer played, unfortunately. I guess Max is only 1 point less than Surfer, and it gives me more options. Yeah, maybe that is better, actually. Surfer is worse for them too, right? Hawk. Their Hawk is gonna be 8. 12, 14. And then I'm going to 19. I think I do this in case they pass me a Shang-Chi. Nice. What did I give them? I gave them Professor X, a rock, and Surfer.
Victory.
They can X the right. That's true. That's true. They X the right. I guess I should play Scarlet middle to play around X on the right, huh? Because if they X the right, they don't get to do anything else, most likely. And then I'm down by 2, but I'm up by more than 2 over here. So if I tie here, we end up ahead. Yeah. So my Scarlet Witch was in the wrong place to play around the Professor X I gave them. Or we could move Jeff mid. Yeah, it's probably better, actually. What was Shang hitting? Their Darkhawk was 9, chat. Because of the island. Went from 10 down to 8 up to 9. Patriot Gaming. Our deck's probably not good against Patriot, huh? If I had to venture a guess. Usually the patch notes to patch the same day, correct? Accurate. I mean, they don't confirm what changes they're making in advance, if that's what you're asking.
Opponent snapped. Escaped.
When someone brought up why they don't release patch notes in advance in the creator channel in the Discord server, one of the stat people mentioned that one of the issues with releasing patch notes early is it creates confusion among the player base as to whether or not the patches that are listed as the notes have the changes have actually happened already or not yet. And while there are benefits to releasing earlier, there are downsides as well like that, where it causes confusions for the player base. I was like, wait, what the fuck just happened? Where did the brood come from? Excuse me? Hello? Sir, this is a Wendy's? We'll see where they play. If they play mid, they're storming, and they have a Jeff the Shark. Rip. I could do this, and then if we draw Jeff the Shark, we could go Jeff into here, and then our Nova lets us beat them. Right? Because they'll be 7-10, and we'd be 5-8-11. Okay, sure. I'm gonna Professor X here, and then hope that we draw... Hope that we draw Jeff. There's no way 8 power max wins the middle, right? I'll save for a cube. All right, chat. We got a couple of Jeff boosters on the way out the door. I'm going to go ahead and call it an afternoon. Howard the Duck releases tonight at rollover. Tomorrow morning at some point, we should be getting a patch that should have some balance changes in it, as my understanding, as well as Kitty Pryde coming back to everyone. If you don't currently have Kitty Pryde in your collection, you'll be getting a copy of her for free. Those of us that bought her right away, we already got our tokens refunded on it. If you're interested in Kitty Pryde decks, you'll be able to check out the YouTube channel tomorrow morning for my top Kitty Pryde decks to try with your shiny new card. Speaking of the YouTube channel, if you haven't checked it out, we had a really sweet Kingpin Control deck highlight post there this morning. Check that out for some sweet Kingpin action. No, I'm done with Monday night streams. I'd rather just not fuck up my stream schedule and show up Monday morning. Catch you later, folks.